Good morning, honorable members and officials and our guests.
Morning, Chair.
Morning, Secretary.
Good morning, Chair.
I can see that we are about 30 present, which will make us to start the meeting, and it's 9 o'clock now. I wish to welcome everybody during this month of the 16 days of activism of no violence to children.
Recording in progress.
I'm not going to make long speeches, but we all know what is supposed to have been done. And we understand that we are facing a huge challenge in terms of this thing of the GBV, especially for children and women. Now, this time around, the one of the food poisoning to kids, it's getting worse, which we are supposed to be very cautious, especially to our grands, to our children, when they are going to school. You make a lunchbox preferable, and even if you just put plain bread, because I know for a fact that there are those families that sleep without food and which they don't even have the lunch for the kids. But let's just check whether on how can we assist in these spaza shops that are selling expired food. As women, we have to be assisting the government, because this thing can't be fought by the government only, because these spaza shops are in our communities. It really makes us to be very sad as women that kids, whilst they are at the early ages, preschools and all the stuff, are getting into this trap of buying this expired food. So let's assist the government, and let's assist in our communities as leaders and check on how can we assist the spaza shops to try and make sure that they don't buy expired things. It's really scaring. I just want to open up the meeting with those few words. We have to be very cautious. And it doesn't mean that the 16 days of activism is from the 24th to the 10th of December. It's only symbolic that we are doing on those days. Otherwise, it needs to take 364 days in terms of looking at the rights of women. I'm not saying let us not look at the rights of men, but both of them, because this also issue affect the boy child and also the girl child. So let's just pull up our socks and look at that, because boys are also vulnerable in our days. I am passionate on this thing of the GBV, but I don't know on how to get it. But let's work and join hands as people that are staying in communities and leaders that are being trusted by the communities. Otherwise, thank you ever so much for all those that have managed to join the meeting of today. It's a little bit longish, but we have also to drive to Parliament or get into buses. So we'll try our level best to check on how do we do it. Secretary, I can see that you are flighting the agenda. Just lift up, Chairperson, or scroll up. Okay, the welcoming has been done and I officially opened the meeting. And then we are on item number 2, which are apologies. And then we have also to adopt the agenda, but it doesn't appear in the program or in the agenda. And we'll go to the questions, that is the discussion after the presentation. of the DMRE, and then we'll get the responses. And then I see the break. What will be that break for? Maybe we'll amend the program as we go, because even myself, I didn't look at it and I didn't notice it. Then there are those presentations as they have been put in the program. This is the proposed agenda. Can we then go to apologies so that we can adopt our agenda, Secretary?
That's fine. Thank you, Chair. Just the following apologies. We received an apology from Honorable Lambata, who's on sick leave. And then Mea San, she is on the platform, Chair, but she requested to leave at 12 as she will be boarding a flight at 12 o'clock, Chair. Then we've also received apologies from both the Minister and the Deputy Minister of Electricity and Energy, who's attending Cabinet Subcommittees, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Those are the apologies received.
Okay. Can we get the apologies from the side of the officials? Is it both? The apologies from our side and also the officials? Secretary?
Correct, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much. Can I get the hand that accepts the apologies as presented? Fasia, morning.
Morning. Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to move for the adoption or the acceptance of the apologies, but also the adoption of the agenda if we are there already.
Okay, thank you very much. Ngabayoms, Honorable.
Seconded, Chair. Seconded, Chair. Seconded for both. Thank
For
you.
both. Okay, thank you very much, Honorable. I'm sorry for just calling you by name. You know this thing. Okay, sure. Sure. Can we then go to the presentation straight away?
Good morning, Chairperson, and good morning, members. My name is Bernard Magoro. I'm the head of the IPP office. I will be making the first presentation that is on behalf of the DMRE and the IPP office. The presentation covers the request from the committee, which was to give an update on the Renewable Energy Independent Power Producer Procurement Program and the Risk Mitigation Independent Power Producer Procurement Program. But this being our first presentation to the committee, we thought we would give a bit more background to the IPP office and the program. And then we will also cover in detail the current state of the program. And we will also give members an update on some of the benefits and contributions that have been achieved through the program. And then lastly, we will also touch on the current status and the future of procurement in the IPP space. So by way of background, IPP office is an agency of the DMRE, now DOEE, with a sole mandate of procuring power from independent power producers. But we exist within the tripartite memorandum of understanding between DBSA, DOEE, and the National Treasury. So the way we operate, the mandate comes from the DOEE for us to procure. DBSA hosts us as our employer, and they also help us with the procurements of goods and services. But the procurement of energy is regulated by the supply chain policies of the DOEE. National Treasury also plays an oversight role on us, particularly with regard to the IPP financing. So our mandate is in twofold. One, we procure energy from IPP, and then we also monitor those contracts for the full duration of the PPAs. The typical renewable energy PPAs are 20 years. With other technologies, it could be longer, but roughly 20 years for renewables. We've just run a battery energy storage program, and those PPAs are 15 years. Usually linked to the expected life of the technology that we are procuring. With regard to the model itself, members are fully aware of the IRP, which is the country plan for energy and electricity in particular. So out of that plan, every now and then the minister will decide how much capacity is required in terms of Section 34 determination, and that determination has to be concurred by the regulator. And with that concurrence, and once it's approved by the regulator, the reason for the regulator is one, to confirm that indeed there is a requirement for capacity, but also to confirm that the regulator will allow the buyer, in this case Eskom, to recover costs for the procurement of that energy. So once the determination is gazetted, we will then receive an instruction from the department, and then we will prepare the tender documents for the procurement of power. The IPPs, after the procurement tender is gone out, they then prepare and then submit the bid, which we then evaluate. So the way the IPP procurement program works is that the risk allocation is decided upon between ourselves, the buyer, Eskom, and the IPP. For example, what you see on the screen, project development, investment, operating and maintenance, EPC, that is the role of the IPP. In return, they get the PPA with Eskom, and then Eskom will pay for the energy delivered. Just to touch a little bit more on the risk allocation, these are all the risks that are borne by the IPP. Firstly, the investment for construction for the power plant is the responsibility of the IPP once they are selected as preferred bidders. All the construction risk and site risks, there is no recourse on our side. They take full responsibility for that. If there's any delays or cost overrun, that is for the account of the IPP. As part of the commitments, they commit to a specific date by when the power will be delivered. And on that date, there are penalties if the power is not delivered on time. O&M, operating and maintenance, is also the responsibility of the IPP. And then once the power is ready, then the IPP gets paid. That's the only time that the IPP gets paid, based on the power that is delivered. There are different models for procurement. The renewables in particular, it's a take-or-pay contract, which is a payment on delivery. But there are other models whereby, for example, if it's a dispatchable plant, like a gas or coal or open cycle gas turbines that are run by diesel, in those cases, we can split the payment into capacity payment, which is mainly to allow the recovery of the capital investment in the project and returns, and then a separate payment for energy when that is delivered. And then as part of the program, we have an economic development aspect where we require all IPPs to comply with socio-economic and economic development objectives. I will touch on those later on. And those commitments are delivered over the period of the PPA. Then the other point I wanted to just touch on, all our IPP programs until now have been backed up by government, which has helped to drop the price and to create confidence in the market. And that government guarantee, the way it operates is that we have an implementation agreement which is signed by the Minister of Energy and Electricity. In that agreement, the minister basically gives government support, which is confirmed by the Minister of Finance, to the IPP, which covers mainly two aspects. The first one is the liquidity support to Eskom. So if Eskom is not able to pay, then government will step in and pay on behalf of Eskom. That's the first time that government will have to pay under this agreement. Just a little bit on that liquidity support. For that to happen, the regulator might have not allowed the cost to be recovered. So there is a process. It takes about 6 months for that process to be concluded. So Eskom must demonstrate that the regulator has not allowed the cost to be recovered. And even when government pays, that is a loan to Eskom, which they have to pay back when the regulator allows that cost recovery. So that's the first payment that may be due as a result of government support. The second payment is in case government expropriate or nationalize the IPP assets, which is entirely within control of government. And in that case, then the IPP will be compensated in terms of the outstanding debt and equity returns for the remainder of the contract. As I mentioned, this is entirely within the control of government. It's in case there is nationalization or expropriation. But I must also add that if that happens, then government takes over the assets, meaning the power plants, and they then get transferred to government. So that's how the government support works. In terms of the current exposure that we have on behalf of the IPP procurement program, the government support exposure is sitting at about 226 billion rand. That is based on 110 PPAs that have been signed to date. Only 95 are in operation. The other remainder are under construction. As I mentioned, it's a calculation of outstanding debt and equity returns for the remainder of the PPA period. So as you can see where we are now, that's where the 220, we're now in 2024, that's where the 226 billion is sitting. And if these are the only projects, obviously debt will continue to drop as the project's the PPA terms continues. The debt will reduce, and so will be the equity return. So you can see that around about 2040 with the current projects, and that is linked to the 20-year PPA terms, that government exposure will drop. So it is a sliding scale that is calculated quarterly or monthly based on the reduction in the debt and equity exposure of government on these projects. So there is no payment that occurs at any point in time until there is one, either the default by the buyer Eskom, or in case of termination by government of the PPAs. Then I just thought of also sharing the model for procurement and the timelines. So when the determination is allocated to the IPP office, it takes about 4 to 6 months to prepare the tender documents. And that includes the governance process that is required for approval on both sides, the DMRE or DOE side on our side, but also the buyer must also approve the tender documents before they go out to the market. Once the tender documents are out in the market, we normally give the prospective bidders 3 to 4 months to prepare bid documents, and then they submit the documents after that period. It all depends. We have had cases where we extend because of the volume of applications for connection that Eskom has to deal with. And for us, once we receive the bids, we then take between 2 to 3 months to do the evaluation. We are busy now with bid window 7 evaluation, which we are planning to announce preferred bidders before the end of the month. And then once we announce preferred bidders, they normally have about 6 months to prepare and finalize their contracts for funding, contracts for construction, and the like. And then the main driver here is what we call the budget quotations that are issued by the grid operator, Eskom. So that is the firm commitment to be allocated the grid. And then once they've met all the requirements and the conditions for appointment as preferred bidders, we will then call them back, and then that's when we sign the agreements. And we call that step commercial close. At that point, everything is fixed, the tariffs, conditions of the PPA and the IA. And from there on, the projects that are able to reach commercial close, they move into construction. Construction takes roughly 18 months for PV plant. Wind takes a bit longer. At this point, we give projects a maximum of 24 months to construct. And once construction is completed, the projects will then reach what we call commercial operation. That's when they start delivering power and getting paid. So it takes roughly about 2 years to run a procurement process and another 2 years for construction. And then thereafter, we go into operation where the projects will deliver power for the next 20 years. And then we do contract management during that period. I must also mention that there is also a requirement for all our IPPs to maintain the reserve account for decommissioning of the plant after the PPA term. And the IPP office monitor those accounts. These are the typical agreements that we sign. On the left-hand side is the power purchase agreement, which regulates the delivery of electricity and the payment for that electricity by Eskom. And then on the right-hand side is the implementation agreement. Two key provisions here. One is the government support, the government guarantee. And then there's also provision for commitments for economic development that the projects have made, which will then monitor their delivery on those commitments for the full term of the PPA. And then at the bottom, there is a government support framework agreement that is between Eskom and government. And that again regulates that government guarantee that government provides to stand behind the projects for Eskom. And then there's also an agreement called the direct agreement. Because these projects are standalone project financed, each project has a special purpose entity or vehicle that is created purely for that one project. And the lenders have no other recourse in case the project company fails to deliver. So we have what we call the direct agreement, which is the agreement signed between Eskom, DMRE, the lenders, and the IPP. And all that regulates is that if there is any default by a lender, by a project company, lenders can step in. They have a step-in rights wherein they can take over the project, find another operator. And this is purely to protect the lenders from the losses in case the developers are not able to proceed with the project. So that's the model that we follow, and the government support and the relationship with Eskom and the project company and the different agreements. So now I'm just going to touch on the program status to date, wherein I'll also respond to the questions that the members have asked around the state of the IPP procurement program for renewables, but also risk mitigation. So the program has been running since 2011, and to date we have ran about 9 bid windows. Since then, we have appointed 141 preferred bidders and totaling just over 13,400 megawatts. Of that, 95 projects are already in operation. That includes the 2 open cycle gas turbines that are commonly known as the diesel generators that are contributing over 1,000 megawatts. The other 6,300 megawatts, it's all renewable projects, wind and solar. We also have 19 projects that are in construction phase right now. That's in the region of about 2,000 megawatts. And then there's about 7 projects that are preparing to reach commercial and financial close. That's total about 973 megawatts. This year we've launched 3 bid windows. One is 5,000 megawatts of wind and solar. That is bid window 7 for renewables, which we are currently evaluating and we should be announcing before the end of the month. The other one is 615 megawatts of battery energy storage. That is also busy. We are busy evaluating, and we are also on track to announce preferred bidders by the end of the month. The remaining 2,000 there, it's the gas. There's a gas program that we launched late last year. And that program, we are planning to reach bid submission by March next year. We are still having a few challenges, particularly regarding the gas, sourcing of gas by the potential bidders. And we are addressing those clarifications that have come through from the bidders. This curve here is just showing how the program has contributed, and this is only renewable since the first project came online in November 2013. You can see the annual figures that we have been adding to the grid. We are now sitting at 6,300 megawatts, and that's the capacity that we're expecting to come online this year, around 520, and then next year and the year after, getting to that 8,300 megawatts. This slide is showing the location of the projects across the country. We've also indicated the type of technology and the number of projects and the capacity that are connected across the different provinces. Maybe just to highlight here that you'll notice that Northern Cape is sitting with 50 projects, and it has quite different types of technologies, but mainly solar because of the radiation potential in the province. We also have wind in the province as well. And then Western Cape, also a combination of wind and solar. Eastern Cape is mainly wind. And then the rest of the country, to date, it's mainly PV. So we don't have a lot of wind currently in the rest of the country, except the Cape region. Also to mention that the KZN is the only province that we don't have a project to date that is under the IPP procurement program. And it's purely because of the lack of radiation in the province. And wind has now been, there are projects that are currently under development in that province and in Mpumalanga that should participate in future. Just to highlight the state of the other programs, we actually have ran quite a different number of technologies, starting with the open cycle gas turbine. That was it reached commercial operation by 2013. Those are the 2 projects that I referred to in the previous slide. And then these are the different programs that were run since the beginning of the IPP procurement program. In 2011, we ran a renewable energy program bid window 1. 28 projects totaling 1,400 megawatts. They are all in commercial operation. 2012 bid window 2, 19 projects were appointed, and they're also now in commercial operation. 2013 bid window 3, 16 of the 17 projects are in operation. One did not reach commercial close. And then we also ran in 2013 what we call the small program. The idea here was to run a program that was aimed at incentivizing small players in the industry. But unfortunately, the buyer at the time, when we were about to sign the PPA, the buyer felt that the tariffs were not competitive, purely because of the scale. The size of the projects were limited to 5 megawatts. And then bid window 3.5, this was a different technology. The concentrated solar power. We appointed 2 projects. One project is already in operation. The other one has been delayed. It's due to reach commercial operation within November, if all goes well. That's a Redstone project. We also ran a coal IPP program, which did not reach financial close because of commercial environmental court challenges. And during that time, the bank's policies changed, and all our banks decided they are not funding coal anymore as a policy within their governance. So the projects unfortunately ended up not reaching commercial close. And then bid window 4, which was launched in 2015, this was eventually signed in 2018, and those projects are now in commercial operation. Now on risk mitigation, this one was launched in 2020. We appointed 11 preferred bidders. The first 3 preferred bidders were building the PV combined with battery storage. So this project, or rather this program, aimed at procuring capacity that is able to be dispatched between 5 a.m. in the morning and 9 p.m. at night to follow the typical demand profile in South Africa. And we had very interesting interest from the market. There were projects that combined PV and battery, combination of PV, wind, and battery. And then there were gas projects that also participated, including the 3 car power ships. So the first 3 are already in commercial operation. That was the 150 megawatts. It's a combination of PV and battery. And then the next 3 are now under construction. That's the 278 megawatts. Unfortunately, 5 of the 11 projects did not reach commercial close. And the big chunk of the projects were the gas projects. They had about 1,420 megawatts. And all gas projects did not reach commercial close. And the reason for that was in twofold. One, they could not secure gas agreements, gas import agreements in the port. But the other reason was that they had environmental challenges that resulted in them not meeting the deadline that we gave them to reach commercial close. So that's in summary what happened in risk mitigation. The department has since terminated the projects that have not reached commercial close, and we retained the preferred bidder guarantee, and that process has been concluded. Then on bid window 5, we appointed 25 preferred bidders. 11 of them are now under construction. They have reached commercial close. 14 of these projects did not reach financial close, and we are also busy winding down. The department has already terminated the preferred bidder status, and we have subsequently called the bid bond on these 14 projects. One of them I've just confirmed this morning, one has already paid the bid bond. The other 13 are challenging us. I must also mention that out of the 14, 12 are the same bidder that was allocated under bid window 5. So that's on renewable energy bid window 5. And then bid window 6, we appointed 6 preferred bidders for PV. We could not appoint wind projects because there was no grid available to connect wind projects. As I mentioned, wind is more prevalent in the Cape region, and all the projects that were intending to participate under bid window 6 were located in the Cape region. And because of lack of grid, they could not be appointed as preferred bidders. And out of the 6 PV that we appointed, 2 have already reached commercial close and are under construction. And the other 4 are working with Eskom to get their final connection budget quotations in order to reach commercial and financial close. Bid window 7, I've already mentioned. This is 5,000 megawatts that we went out to procure. Bid submission was on the 15th of August, and we are in the final phases now of concluding that procurement, and we are on track to announce preferred bidders before the end of the month. And then we ran 3 battery energy storage programs. The first program, which we ran last year, we appointed 5 preferred bidders. 2 of those preferred bidders have signed agreements with Minister Ramaphosa last month, and they are now in construction. Next week, Monday, we are signing with 2 projects, and that will leave the last project to reach commercial close before the end of the financial year, early next year, March, April next year. So that will conclude bid window 1 for battery. Bid window 2 is the one that I said we are evaluating, and we are on track to announce preferred bidders by the end of November. Just to touch on bid window 3 for storage, the last one, we are receiving bids on the 28th of November, and then we will start with evaluation immediately. So announcement is expected February 2025. And then on gas, I've already touched on it. We are procuring 2 gigawatt of gas. Gas is one of the technologies that have been identified as part of the transition technology from coal to renewables, and that is in support of that strategy. The 2,000 megawatts, we were initially aiming to receive bids end of July, but we did receive a lot of comments from the market, particularly the relating to securing the supply of gas in the country. Just maybe to brief members, we don't have sufficient gas supply in the country. Transnet has appointed a terminal operator to build probably our first import terminal facility in Richards Bay, which will allow us to import LNG to support programs such as ours, but other industrial gas users can also utilize that facility. The other available facility is the Romco pipeline from Mozambique, but there seem to be challenges with the gas coming from Mozambique that is expected to run out around 2026, according to the reports. But there are options that other players are looking at to utilize that pipeline to bring gas in the country. So the gas program really depends on us being able to unlock the Richards Bay facility and also other ports, import facilities such as Kuha and Saudani, as well as opportunities that are still available to bring gas via Mozambique. But with regard to the bid window 1, the 2,000 megawatts, so we are working with Eskom to address the comments that we receive from the market. And we expect to go back to the market with amendments to the RFP if required. And then we will relook at the bid submission date if that needs to be reconsidered in light of the challenges that I've highlighted. But there is a need for South Africa to focus on unlocking the importation of gas in the country. Then that was just a summary or an update on the programs. Now I'll just move to highlight some of the economic contributions from the IPP procurement program. So we designed our program right from the beginning in alignment with the government economic objectives of economic transformation. So we very much included all 7 elements of the BBBEE code. That's your local content, ownership, management control, skills development, enterprise development, and socioeconomic development. So all our prospective bidders are required to commit to these elements. In the past, we had the PPPA regulation 2017 that allows us to set a minimum threshold that each bidder has to meet before they can be allowed to pass and be a qualified bidder. Since 2022 January, that 2017 regulation was repealed, and it was replaced by 2022 PPPA regulations. Under the 2022 PPPA regulations, bidders are not compelled to make commitments in this element. And we have seen a drop in the commitments since we stopped having mandatory minimum thresholds. So it is something that we need to look at as government, that we don't lose on the benefits that we have achieved through the program. This is just giving a summary of some of the achievements that we monitor on a quarterly basis from the IPP procurement program. Starting with jobs, we also monitor, the emissions that we offset by generating power from renewables instead of coal, the water that has been saved, the spend that the IPP is making to socioeconomic development and enterprise development, particularly in the areas where the projects are located. So all our IPPs procured under the program are required to commit and spend certain amount of money. In the past, we used to put a threshold of 1% of the revenue within the 50-kilometer radius of where the projects are located. And that has really contributed quite a lot to helping communities surrounding those projects. And then other elements like ownership. Black South Africans currently own about 37.7% of all our projects combined, and local communities about 9%. The main challenge that we face with local ownership is the funding. Funding, particularly for new players, it comes at a very high cost for South Africans, and that results in the benefits not accruing early enough because of the need to pay back the funding costs by those players. And then we also monitor the local content spend, which in the past we achieved more than 40% of the total project cost. As I said earlier, we have seen a drop in this area as well, since those requirements are no longer mandatory. This is the investments that have been made to the projects that I've spoken about. So in total, The program has attracted 272 billion rand. And out of that, 50 billion rand or 18% was a direct foreign investment. The rest was funded by the local commercial banks, our DFIs like DBSA, IDC, as well as the pension funds and private equity funds. And then you can see the countries that have participated or invested in our program as well. Very much all countries that are well known for renewables are part of our procurement program. The tariffs, what we have seen was quite a significant drop from when we started in 2011. All these numbers have been adjusted to 2024 April. And as you can see, the bid window 1 projects are very expensive, over 4 rand per kilowatt hour, compared to the latest round where we have seen 56 cents per kilowatt hour. And the main driver here is we adopted this technology at early stages, and that is normally the price for early adoption of any technology. And again, secondly, as we have seen more and more competition, we have seen the price coming down quite significantly from one bid window to the next. Then back in 2019, Minister Mantashe requested that we relook at reduction of the tariffs, especially those bid window 1, 2, 3 tariffs. We then engaged the market, and the outcome of that engagement was that the best way to look at this without destabilizing the market was to look at reduction of the debt. So we launched a program for the refinancing of the debt for those early rounds projects. And so far, 26 projects have come forward and they have refinanced their debt. And then through the sharing mechanism that we developed, we have been able to save 5.1 billion rand to date out of those 26 projects in terms of the payments that would have been made for the remainder of the PPA terms for those projects. So this program is still ongoing, and we are encouraging more and more IPPs to participate in it. I'm about to conclude, but just to share with you some of the current realities that we face, and I think other organizations will probably share the same message. On the right-hand side, we are sitting with a lot of projects that are under development, especially renewable energy projects. So this was the snapshot that was taken from the survey that Eskom has done, looking at the different projects under development or different phases of development, different technologies that are located throughout the country. As you can see, the cycles are basically covering the whole country. So in the past, most projects were situated in the Cape region, but we have seen developers now moving in other parts of the country. So they are at different phases of maturity until they are ready to bid. It takes about 2 years for project preparation until that project is ready to bid. And that is mainly because of the environmental authorizations and other permits that are required. So, but the point here is we do have a lot of projects. As you can see, the number at the time of the survey was about 66 gigawatts, 66,000 megawatts that was identified as projects that are under development. And then at the bottom is the transmission development plan that was published by Eskom and TCSA at the end of October. All the dotted lines are future transmission lines that needs to be built. The different colors are just the different voltages. As you can see, there is a lot of work that needs to be done to build transmission network. And that is the main challenge that we are facing in South Africa today. There is not enough transmission grid to connect all these projects that you see on the screen. But the plans are in place. What we understand is that we need about 50 to 55 gigawatt of capacity by 2032. And that is also taking into account the shutdown plans of Eskom coal generation. And all that 52 gigawatt needs to be connected by that time. And for that, we need about 14,000 kilometers of transmission line to be built between now and then to be able to access that capacity. At this point, based on the last transmission development, or rather transmission grid capacity available, we have just under 20 gigawatt of capacity that's available, and we need to connect 52 gigawatt of generation. So a lot of work needs to be done to make sure that we are energy secure by that time, 2032. So we are monitoring the development of transmission, and that means that future design will also be taking into account the development around that area. So we are having within the IPP office more than 10 gigawatt of capacity that has already been determined in terms of Section 34 era. But because of the grid, we are struggling to secure that capacity and to procure that capacity. So these are some of the options and considerations that we're looking at to try and speed up the process and address the energy challenge that we have as a country. There's a lot of work that needs to be done on both sides. Eskom, in terms of their connection timelines, they need to improve on that. We are also looking at redesigning our program to target projects that are in areas where there is a grid. But as I highlighted earlier, there are not enough projects in those provinces where there's still grid available. We're also looking at whether we should consider solar and wind parks, as we have seen in other countries. Again, we could link that with the development of transmission. And then on the right is other options that we're also looking at to speed up the process. So Chairperson, I think that was my last slide. We'll be happy to take questions if there are any questions. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkhoro. But the communication is requesting you to also show your video because this is being captured, but it is unfortunately that we are done now. Those that are having network challenges must first show their faces, and also if there is a problem with the network, then you can switch off. Thank you very much. We can see that we're not talking with a robot, we're talking with you directly. Thank you very much. Can we then fly to the agenda? What is the next, Secretary? You can switch off now.
Sorry, Chair, it's questions from the members.
It's the questions, okay. Preferable, we haven't talked about the procedure and processes. Now that there are too many, let's rather deal with it, ask questions, then we follow with others. Then let me give over to the honorable members to interact with the presentation, comments, questions. Let me see the hands. I see the hand of Paulson. I see the hand of Honorable Male. Now, those are the two hands. Okay, there's the other one, Honorable Baptil. Then the others can follow. We'll give the second round. Honorable Nkosi will be the last for now. Then we'll come up with the other ones. Over to you, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you very much for the presentation. Good morning, Chairperson and colleagues.
Morning. Let's also ask you to just show the face and then switch off the video. I know that
Sure.
impacts in the network.
Okay, let me just show my face briefly.
Okay. I know even myself, I've
convinced
got a
that's me?
problem with the camera. So thank you very much. You can switch it off and then continue.
Thank you very much,
Thank you,
Chairperson.
Honorable.
So, Chairperson, payments to IPs, if not paid by ESCOM, is paid by government. So I'd like to know, what have we been paying these IPPs so far? And obviously by government, it means the Department of the new Electricity and Energy Department, although he still says the DMRE. And also, briefly, the presenter briefly mentioned Kapower Ships. I assume Kapower Ships is operational and they've received the environmental approval from the Department of Forestry, Fishery and Environment. I'd like to know, how much energy do they produce and what is it costing us to run these Kapower ships? And then also, there's the presenter spoke about local community ownership in a project. I'm referring specifically now to the wind energy generation in Gouda. And I was present once when they were about to have a stakeholders meeting. And obviously they didn't take kindly to my presence there at the time. So I'd like to know, in terms of community ownership, are these community members issued with a certificate to show that they have a stake in this particular project? How is it managed? And what role does the Department of Electricity and Energy play in the running of these programs where communities are consulted and advised and informed of anything with regard to the project or program? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Okay, the next one is Honorable Mala.
Thank you, Chairperson. I know the answers to some of my questions, but I think that it's important that we tease out some of the information so that everybody feels informed. So my first question, I've got 6 questions. My first question relates to the guarantees that Mr. Magoro was talking about. First of all, have any guarantees been triggered at this time? In other words, has there been any requirement on government rather than ESCOM to pay across any funds to the IPPs? And if so, what does that entail? The second part of that question relating to guarantees is there was a presentation that we had last week or the week before where there was a discussion about the fact that sovereign guarantees were going to decrease going forward. Can you enlighten us in that regard? My next question is, excluding the cost of the electricity, in other words, if I buy a kilowatt of electricity from an IPP, I pay for that kilowatt of electricity. Excluding that cost, how much has the IPP program cost South Africa? How much has it cost government for the IPP program? Then with relation to the costs of electricity, and I thank you very much for the slide that you put in showing the decreasing costs of electricity generated by IPPs. My first part to the question is, how does that compare to ESCOM generation? And secondly, as time has gone by, you've seen a decrease in the cost of electricity. what is the average cost across all bid windows at this time for IPP generated electricity? One of the constant criticisms, Mr. Machoro, of renewable energy is what is termed by some as intermittency and others as variability. Now, obviously, the method of offsetting that intermittency or variability is storage. What are the plans of the IPP office to provide or encourage or foster or promote storage-backed IPP generation going forward? In other words, how can we mitigate against that variability of supply? One of the challenges that you've identified is the requirement for IPPs to get BQs and CL letters from Eskom. Now, it's been brought to my attention on a number of occasions that grid access and the grid access rules are solely within the purview of Eskom, and more specifically, they're not even in the purview of the transmission segment of Eskom, in other words, what's now the NTC, but fall under distribution. So my question is, what is being done to take away Eskom's monopoly control of grid access? In other words, what's being done to make it fairer and to make sure that those rules are applied consistently and in a manner that would then promote independent power production and generation? My last question is with regard to the socio-economic commitments of IPPs. First of all, are they standardized? And if so, how are they standardized? And then secondly, how are they monitored and enforced? You know, if you look at the mining sector, there is quite a lot of compliance monitoring with regard to social compacts and the application of the mining charter. So my question is, how are those socio-economic commitments of IPPs monitored and enforced? Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Malam. The Honorable Bapti. Honorable Bapti.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you. Continue.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my first question has to do with the transmission network and the limitation it poses on alternative energy sources connecting to the grid. What is the department's planning with regards to the use of microgrids where it may be cost effective to have a separate system serving an area rather than connected to the national grid? My second question has to do with the refinancing of projects. Just a very brief explanation on how that refinancing translates into savings. And then the third one is on the side of gas production from Mozambique. The presenter did mention that there was some interest being shown that something may be possible. I could just have a little bit more detail on whether or not there's still a possibility of receiving gas from Mozambique. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Bapti. The next one is Honorable Rusi.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm just not sure if I'm also visible. I know probably maybe where I am because I'm
You
just
are. You are.
yeah,
Don't worry, everyone.
You are able
and
to
then
see.
it's off.
So, okay, thank you very much. Chair, my only question here is with regard to transparency. I think, Chairperson, transparency in pricing mechanism is very crucial for maintaining public trust. Chair, I just want to know, how are costs associated with IPP's contracts and pricing are passed? That is my question, Chairperson. Also, I wanted to check maybe in terms of land acquisition and some environmental affairs, what are challenges maybe they are facing the office of the IPPs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Kosi. I think these questions are enough for now.
Hi,
Let's,
Mama.
oh,
If I may,
okay.
I have to
go
run to
on.
the whips forum, please.
All right.
Please, Chair, if I may.
Oh, continue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Chairperson, I think to a large extent, Honorable, up a specific example with regards to the socio-economic development objectives that the presenter was talking about. A couple of years ago, I once went to to do an oversight of some kind, but also get a sense of whether the citizens from Motherwell, the communities from Motherwell, there's a wind farm next to Motherwell there. I was still a member of the Portfolio Committee on Economic Development. And there were quite a number of objectives, socio-economic objectives that were set, that had been set for that independent power producers, among others, for an example. And there was a clear template that they were following. But what the sense I got was that the government wasn't monitoring whether what had been captured in those documents was being implemented. At times, the independent power producers, I don't want to mention names, but I have a name specifically of that entity. I got the sense that the reporting was superficial. And when I spoke to the officials, they said it is because there's no real enforcement from government. So we can put anything up as compliance. We can report procedurally or superficially on matters. So the point is very valid indeed, that what kind of monitoring mechanisms have they put in place to ensure that doesn't happen, to ensure that the communities in which this if you like to call these independent power producers operate, do benefit from those projects, and that the socio-economic development objectives are indeed met and taken seriously. The second one has to do, naturally, with the guarantees. You'd want to find out what are the conditions put in place, what is the take-up of the guarantees, what has been done so far, and whether there have been any sort of guarantees where conditions have been met or have not been met, and what have been the consequences insofar as that is concerned. The challenge in the majority of instances, there's another wind farm before you get to Kai River in the former Transkei area, just before you get to the Kai River. One doesn't get the sense that the communities around these in the projects of these independent power producers do indeed benefit from them. The other aspect is, it's good that you have an energy mix that allows the private sector to play a prominent role in the production of electricity or energy, or provision of energy or supply of energy for the country. But there's a need for us to maintain energy independence. We can't allow a ESCOM that is stuck in the past, that is still using old technology, fossil fuels and whatever nonsense, when the energy, the country and the world is moving towards renewable energies. It is all good and well to allow the independent power producers to play a space in the supply of energy, but so should ESCOM. And it's a question that we've been asking: why is ESCOM not allowed to do that? Or why has ESCOM not taken up that? So that they are also very futuristic in their approach and they're not stuck in the past. Because maintaining your energy independence as a country is central to us being able to protect our sovereignty. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nkwanko. Can we then make sure that Mr. Mihoro, you answer the questions that have been put forward? If you have to delegate some to other or you to your colleagues, you are free to do that. Over to you.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thanks for all the questions. And thanks for allowing me to delegate where I have to. I'll start with questions from Honorable Paulsen. I think the first one was payment to IPPs by government. What have we paid so far? There hasn't been any call on the guarantee so far. So ESCOM has honored all the IPP payments since the start of the program. So the government guarantee has not been called. So there hasn't been any payment from government. And then there was a second question around car powership. How much is operational and what is it costing us? I tried to explain car powerships, we did not reach commercial or financial close because they were not able to fulfill the conditions for appointment. One of which was to get environmental authorizations that was required, and secondly to secure the importation of gas or location in the ports for that facility. So we didn't get to reach commercial close, and therefore there is no car powership that is operational in the country today. The question on local community ownership. So the way ownership works is that the communities and the project company create what they call community trusts, and communities are represented in those trusts. And the trust deeds will then be registered, and that process is managed between communities and as a shareholder in the project company. So what we monitor on our side is mainly the socioeconomic commitments that the projects have made on the program, and those commitments, most of them relate to supporting communities where the communities are located. So there is a separation between community ownership in terms of shareholdership, but also community benefiting from socioeconomic development commitments and enterprise development commitments made. I will touch on that in the question relating to how we monitor. And then from Honorable Melham, the first question was, has any guarantee been triggered? The answer is no. There hasn't been any guarantee triggered. ESCOM has fulfilled its obligation in the past 13 years that the program has been running. The decrease in sovereign guarantee, yes, the sovereign guarantee, I think 2 years ago, we started a process with National Treasury to look at reducing the government guarantee. And there has been consultation with all stakeholders, including the developers and the lending community. And out of that engagement, National Treasury decided that we should start reducing the government guarantee. And we did that for bid window 7 that we're currently evaluating. Bid window 7 guarantee is kept at 80% of the project cost, with an option of the project company taking over the project and finding an alternative buyer. We will see whether that has an impact on the tariffs when we complete the evaluation of bid window 7. And the plan, as agreed with National Treasury, we will continue to reduce the sovereign guarantee going forward. The question that wasn't clear was, if we exclude the cost of electricity, how much have we paid? I'm not sure. Maybe I'll ask that question to be repeated. And then the next one was average cost of IPP generation. So there is the gas IPP. So diesel-operated IPPs. I don't have the exact cost of that, but it's in the upward of 6 rand the last time I checked. But the average in terms of the renewable IPPs, as you saw in the figure, the earlier rounds are in the region of 4 rand per kilowatt hour. And then the latest rounds is about 56 cents. So the average, if I look at the last ESCOM annual report, was about 2.26 rand per kilowatt hour. And then the next question was dealing with the intermittent nature of renewables. So we run programs based on the mandate that we received from the department emanating from the IRP. So for risk mitigation, for example, there were projects that responded to a challenge of supplying energy between 5 a.m. in the morning and 9 p.m. at night. And we saw some of the innovative ideas that I touched on, where the project company combined renewables with storage, and they were able to meet that profile that we required. So for future procurement, yes, there is a possibility that we could run similar programs that will help us with managing the intermittent nature of renewables, but also allowing the program to also contribute to peak demand. So yes, there is. It's something that we're also looking at together with ESCOM system operator to deal with the solution-based procurement rather than technology-based procurement. Grid access rules. Unfortunately, I'm not in a position to respond to ESCOM, but what I'm aware is that there is an interim a set of rules that were supposed to be elevated to a grid code, which will then mean they are at the regulator level. But at this point, we are working with those interim rules. I'm not sure about the plans to then codify them to be the national rules. The socioeconomic commitments, we have standardized the requirement in alignment with the IPPA codes, and projects then commit on the same footing so that we are able to compare them when we evaluate. However, as I mentioned, since 2022, IPPA regulations was promulgated, we are not allowed anymore to set minimum thresholds. And as a result, we have seen that projects' commitments have been dropping, and that is also a concern to us. But in terms of monitoring those commitments, there is a process within IPP office where we have we monitor these projects on a quarterly basis. And I must admit that we have seen that in the past projects were not delivering fully on the commitments, and we have since beefed up our monitoring, and we have seen an improvement in responding to the challenges that the communities are facing, and we are constantly encouraging projects, and we really don't want them to pay penalties, but to spend this money in uplifting communities. In fact, Thomas mentioned we have just appointed forensic auditors just to support what we are doing internally in terms of monitoring and checking and verifying what projects are reporting against what communities are also feeding back to us. So that is a process that we have prioritized in the IPP office to beef up our monitoring, even with the support of external forensic service providers. And then from Honorable Bhakti, smart grid, I think this is where I'll delegate to, I saw the DDG is in the call. Maybe when I'm done, he can come in and touch on that, but I'm aware that there is some work happening to deal with the last mile, those communities that are not necessarily economical to electrify through the electrification program. So refinancing, yes, how it works is that, especially in the earlier rounds, the debt financing was very expensive because the program had no track records. The risk was high at the time. So with refinancing, the project companies are able to source cheaper funding. And when they get the cheaper funding, the requirement from our side is that we must share on that benefit. And that benefit is shared at minimum 50% between the consumer and the project company. And what then happens is that translates directly into reduction in the tariffs. So if they're able to save 5% on the cost of debt, that will translate into 2.5% reduction that gets passed on to the consumer. The guest from Mozambique, I'm not really qualified to talk about the details on the guest from Mozambique, except what I hear in the media. There is an opportunity for more guests from Mozambique, as I understand. There are also other entities that are looking at building a terminal in Mozambique and then tapping into the Romco pipeline to bring gas in the country. But I hope someone from the department can speak more to the guests from Mozambique. And then from Honorable Nkosi, transparency in pricing mechanism. So how we run the process, it's a very competitive process. We do not set floor or ceiling price. Bidders compete, and what we have seen, the prices that we have seen dropping over the years, we are still seeing that coming forth. So the prices are coming from the bidders themselves. We don't set any price. The land acquisition and environmental affairs, again, this is the responsibility of the developers themselves to acquire land and environmental authorizations. But what we do on our side is to support them by engaging with DFFE in particular, and see how we can get DFFE to prioritize the projects. For example, if there is a bid window that's closing, we will then engage DFFE to see if there is a need to give projects more time based on their plans for issuing those environmentals. But we are not, we don't take any responsibility for acquiring land or environmental as the IPP office. And then from Honorable Kwankwa, I think this one, I've already touched on how we monitor and enforce compliance on those commitments that have been made. But if there's any specific issue relating to any wind farm, we have a dedicated team of ED managers who then monitor and investigate if there's any report that has been made. So on our website, there is an email that anyone can send their concern or complaints regarding performance of any IPPs with regard to ED commitments. Energy independence. Personally, I agree. I'm a firm believer in making sure that ESCOM is sustainable going forward. But I'm not at liberty to confirm whether ESCOM has plans for renewables going forward. Chairperson, I think I've addressed all the questions. If I missed any, please advise me. Thank you very much. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mkoro. The one that you said you are delegating to?
Yes, I was going to delegate to DDG Ekana.
Okay.
If he's in the room. It was to do with smart grids, what the department is doing regarding smart grids. And maybe on that note, you can also answer the one about transmission network.
Okay. Can DDG Kekana, carry on.
Morning, Chair, and morning, honorable members. I hope audible and the video is on. Or computer is failing, technology is failing. Okay, there it is. Morning. Am I audible, Chair?
You are.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Right, on the issue about, or the question about microgrids, yes, this is not a new concept. There's been work on a pilot scale that has been done by ESCOM. ESCOM has installed few microgrids around the country, although at a very small scale. I mean, even in Komati, there's been a lot of testing. But with regards to the future, yes, I think microgrids will feature a lot in the energy mix, especially covering two things. We all know that the electricity tariffs are becoming expensive, and some of the people, our people, communities out there, even though they might, in one option or instance, they are closer to the grid, they can be connected, but the problem is they can't afford. Secondly, there are those communities in those rural
You can
areas.
switch off, excuse me.
Okay.
You can switch off your video now.
Thank you, ma'am. In other instances, you'll find communities in those rural areas where grid connection is actually not possible because of the special dispensation of how the houses are located. So I think Bennett mentioned that that last mile connection. So as a department, also through INEP program, INEP meaning the electrification program that we are running through GRID, we have also introduced another component that will address those communities that are far away from grid connection. So currently we are rolling out mini solar home systems, but in future we will definitely accelerate the introduction of microgrids with the view that even from tariffs point of view, those communities can benefit from low tariffs. We are also, coupled with that, we are also running a pilot plant program on microgrids that has been ongoing in Limpopo, in the town of Nusina. So we're running a mini pilot. We've installed about 2 microgrids. One microgrid can supply over, I think, 30 communities or houses. So the outcome of that pilot will inform how, through INEP, we can now start introducing more and more of microgrids. So that's on microgrids. On gas, Mozambique gas, members, you might have seen I think this is in the public domain, I think was it a month ago, ESCOM and Sasol signed an MOU. With that, objective of the MOU is actually following Sasol's national announcement that their gas reserves or supply from Mozambique is going to be depleted towards about 2027, which is termed as a gas cliff. So as a mitigating strategy, also through Mozambique, we're looking at how best we can import LNG via some of the ports, because currently Mozambique is actually, unfortunately, ahead of us. They are building an LNG terminal in Matola. So we're looking at options of still bringing that LNG through the current gas infrastructure, Sasol gas pipeline, and still supply the downstream consumers. I think there was also a question about ESCOM not considering energy, is it energy mix? I think ESCOM, although it's moving at a snail's pace, you might have seen that ESCOM has plans to introduce a new gas to power plant, 3,000 megawatts, to be located in Richards Bay. ESCOM also, which is a bad example, I'm not representing ESCOM or speaking on their behalf, in Komati, there's been a lot of plans to repurpose some of the existing coal fleet. So ESCOM's future plans, it does show that it's not going to be stuck in the past. It will indeed introduce energy mix. So I think those are my feedback on the 3 questions on grid capacity or grid access. Unfortunately, Chair, I don't have much of an answer on that, but we can respond in writing so that we can provide a comprehensive answer from Eskom to all the members. With that said, thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we are done with the questions on the first presentation. Then let's go to the second presentation. Ariko, can you direct us?
Sorry, Chair, just before we go there, I saw Maya's son. She sent something on the chat that she will ask her questions after the responses.
Okay. She can do that now if she hasn't managed to travel.
Sure, thank you. I'm actually partially covered. I was going to make a comment around the battery energy storage systems that I know Eskom's undergoing, and I know it's reached commercial close. I was just interested with the IPPA and some of the other interventions that have been dealt with today, whether, especially when it comes to getting that renewable energy onto the grid, are they in partnership and are they using these best programs or initiatives that I've read about? I think in partnership with is it a Norwegian company? I could be a bit wrong on some of those specifics, but that was my question. So I'm partially covered by some of the things that were said in response, but that was what I was going to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Fassi. Then the next item, Secretary.
We'll be briefed by the various associations, Chair, in the renewable energy sector. First up is the Energy Council, Chair.
Greetings, Chair. Greetings, honourable members and fellow colleagues on the line. Let me just pull up my presentation. Good. I hope that is visible and that I'm audible.
Yes, you are visible, and also you can go on. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you, Chair. So I'll turn my video off as requested now that you've all seen me and we've had some greetings. We'll move quite quickly just to try and stay within the requested timeframes. So firstly, it was just quickly to introduce the... Let's see if we can get these slides to move. There we go. Just to very quickly introduce the Energy Council. So the Energy Council is relatively newly established. We've had 2 years of operations, but growing very quickly. Really what we stand for is a unity in business focused on the energy transition and aiming to be a strategic interface to support the role of government in that. I think we all recognize the pressures and the changes in the energy sector. These are very complex. It's not only in the electricity sector, but we also need to look forward at the role of gas as a bridging fuel, liquid fuels, and things like green hydrogen. There are great opportunities where South Africa can certainly economically benefit. We represent both public and private sectors, so certainly like Eskom, SAPVIA, IDC are also founding members, and the GCE of Eskom is a board member of the Energy Council as well. Some of the big sort of focus areas that we've worked on, just energy transition roadmap, was strategy and modeling work around nationally trying to look at what initiatives could we take in the 10 years. That was not to try and solve net zero 2050. Also coordinating under Business for South Africa. As Energy Council, we are a member of BUSA, and so coordinates the NECOM business participation under Business for South Africa and the CEO pledge, where over 140 CEOs have committed to supporting inclusive economic growth and economic recovery in partnership with government. EDMSA is a program that we've launched and are busy with around data and modeling. That's what it stands for, Energy Data and Modeling, hosted in Plexos Cloud, which we would like to make as an open access platform to really help the narrative around energy shifting one from a sort of negative, more of a negative threat to being one of a positive opportunity for the country, both economically and socially. And then we are members of the World Energy Council. We look after that on behalf of South Africa, and we've launched a World Energy Council South Africa Committee, which includes DMRE, the DG Jacob Mbele is a member of that committee. So again, a broad participation. We have a broad member base. It's not just sort of a technology or user group focus. So as you can see from renewables, financials, industrials, mining, transport. Okay, so that's just a brief introduction, and then maybe just to talk to the points raised. So I will talk a little bit about the actual REIPPP program, but I know that the other organizations following me will talk in more detail. So I would like to just give some slightly broader perspective. So certainly we have a lot to celebrate. 240 days without load shedding. I think we all recognize the economic and social kind of difficulties we'd be under now if we were still sitting in stage 5, 6 load shedding at this time in this year. So that's a huge positive, and it's building confidence and growth. However, we now need to really quite quickly pivot, and what we are seeing is rapidly increasing complexity with all the reforms, higher costs. We have seen that, and has social implications and higher emissions. And we do have CBAM and carbon tax now being implemented, which is going to impact us as an economy. As we move into this transition space from modeled work, and I think this is broadly agreed, is that we need to invest sort of probably over 2 trillion rand in new energy assets in the electricity sector over the next 10 years. Just anecdotally, I would say that traditional or historic government spend in the energy space would be about 25% of that, maybe less. So one can see there will be a heavy reliance on the bankability of investor confidence and private sector investment. One thing is, as we move into this energy transition space, we need new institutional capability, skills. We really need to focus on local supply chains. I think Bernard has made some very good points about the need to embed industrial policy and get local manufacturing and local job creation. It hasn't worked well enough in the past, and we need to do a lot more to make sure that inclusive economic growth is realized. And then lastly, I think out of the crisis of load shedding, the formulation of the Presidential Energy Action Plan, and a couple of other things like the ERA Amendment Bill and the formation of a dedicated ministry. These are very positive reforms. We also have the National Energy Crisis Committee, which has really galvanized action and created this positive momentum and mobilized a lot of resources in support. So I think there's a lot that we can celebrate, but we are at a critical time. And I think we've got to recognize that especially 2025 is giving us this sort of high road, low road scenario. The recent president announced it at the Business Government Partnership Commitment under the 7th administration that a target of 3% GDP growth and above is the minimum that we should be kind of targeting. And that was really off the back of, we need 3% GDP growth as a country to just stand still on unemployment. And the numbers in the modeling showed that we actually need to be above 5% growth to deal with youth unemployment. So we've really got to lift our ambition. We've got to push hard to make sure that we get economic growth and job creation. So the energy transition is an opportunity to do that, but it is complex and it's expensive. The alternative is if we stall investment and stall reform, what we do believe, we will just see these higher energy costs, higher emissions being baked into the system at a time where the European position has been that CBAM stands. It will go ahead. So we have to think very carefully about how we're going to respond to that. What's also just been referenced was the gas cliff by 27, 28. And if we don't build new and more energy in the system, I believe that there is a high risk that we will be back in load shedding or at least a very big energy crisis by 27, 28. So that's the upside versus sort of the downside, if I can put it as bluntly as that. Now, to kind of move on the high road, I think, we could say what needs to be done. We've put really on the side there, what are the critical things that we think that we've got to be able to move on? So clearly, we must maintain zero load shedding. We've got to accelerate the new generation and investment, of which the IPPA office has played a very fundamental and important role. but maybe now is a very good time as we've got to think, how does that role evolve? Shifting to the wholesale market is very fundamental to this transition, equally with the expanded transmission and grid, which Bernard has referenced, as being critical to keeping the pipeline of new generation moving forward. Equally, municipal reform and sustainable municipal EDI, so electricity distribution industry, is critical. That's where most of us as South Africans connect and get our electricity services from. And we can see the cracks in that around service delivery, cost, and affordability at the lower income levels. And then lastly, what we have referenced is the need to really get good industrial policy that's going to create jobs and really create the positive momentum and opportunity that we can get out of our energy transition. This slide, really, if you look at the 4 blocks at the top, reflects the structure of the Presidential Energy Action Plan and NECOM in terms of the main focus areas and work streams. So really, this new generation, market reform, transmission expansion, and EDI, those are the big focus areas. Does continue the original work stream 1, which was the power station performance under Eskom. So I think we've got a good platform. It's created success. There's good engagement. It's mobilizing capacity, but there is a lot of complexity of how to move this forward. Maybe just for the committee, a few key points to kind of raise. If one looks under new generation, that really we kind of view as 5 gigawatts a year of wind and solar. That should be minimum what we're targeting. We're not there yet. We've seen those numbers come through as below expectation or below target. But equally, we need more battery storage, and very critically, gas to power. It's both the gas cliff, as well as Bernard has referenced it. I believe we need gas to power for a secure and stable grid, and we are very much behind on that program. I'd like to come back to market reform, but the transmission expansion has been referenced. We have a good plan in terms of the transmission development plan, estimated capex of 400 billion, 390 billion. But what we do understand is that we will need private sector investment. And what does that model look like? There's a lot of work that still needs to be done around that expansion, modernization, and that role. In the EDI reform space, I think everyone is very kind of clear and understands, if we just look at the media, the challenges there. We have a significant maintenance backlog estimated in the distribution space, and that's where we see a lot of the service delivery failure. So a lot of work needs to be done of how do we get sustainable municipalities and sustainable electricity services to the average South African. Market reform is a very important part because if one just looks at that bucket quickly, very importantly, it enables competition and private sector finance without the country balance sheet, which Bernard referenced. As I understand it, roughly probably a third of our country liabilities are related to backstopping the IPP programs, which I think was very necessary in the past, but we can't continue that. Our country balance sheet can't maintain that level of fiscal support. So the other thing it does is it introduces competition, which will reduce cost and does reduce risk to Eskom and NTCSA because it pushes that risk through the marketplace onto private sector. But it does need new regulations, new financial instruments, a lot of digital capability, and new entities. And there are critical roles that still need to be finalized for the market operator, NERSA, and importantly, ministerial oversight, which I think comes back and talks to the role of public auctions. So there's a lot of work that is ongoing, but as I said, I think NECOM is starting to create a clear platform for that engagement. And at the bottom, we've just referenced some cross-cutting issues, which one of the most important ones is that we continue to sustain the good improvement and performance that has been achieved by Eskom, and they need to continue pushing that EAF. They've achieved very well, but we need to keep on pushing reliability and EAF improvements. I've put in the slides quickly just to reference that all of the BRICS economies have moved down this pathway, really because at the end of the day, we need to get to a least cost energy system for all of South Africans to make our economy competitive. But we also must be economic best fit. in that, we must recognize that our natural endowment is coal. We have a lot of coal. We still will have a lot of coal, and we will use a lot of coal for a long time. So how do we transition? Our transition is going to be more challenging and difficult than other countries where their natural endowment could have been hydro or geothermal or others. There's no doubt that wind and solar as technologies are the cheapest form of energy, but they do come with the complexity of being variable, digital, and decentralized. So we have to change the system, the environment, and the skills in order to manage that and make sure that we still provide reliable services. And this is the international trend and norm, and you can see really we're tracking probably 10 to 15 years behind our peer economies, and certainly all the BRICS economies who have moved into this space because they recognize that the competition improves cost, and the shift of or transfer of risk into the private sector is very important. Really sort of lastly, just to come back and touch on the role of public auctions, I think that to a certain extent that the public auction program has been very good. It was lauded as a global best practice program, but it is now, I think, outdated because it largely still follows the same 2010 design principles when it was first established. It does place too much burden on the state balance sheet, and we need to now reflect the rapidly changing market dynamics, which I think Bernard has made a lot of reference to, but we need to think about how that will play out. Public auctions, really, I think we would sort of suggest should be linked to national planning objectives. So to the extent that the marketplace going forward can take the risk, take the guarantees, the liquidity and termination guarantees, which Bernard referenced, those should be transferred to the private sector, and they should compete to create least cost. But we know that there will be market failures, and there are areas where national planning objectives need to be kind of pushed. And I think that the public auction role is very important in those areas. And so ministerial determination and oversight remains important. So I think at the moment we see that there is a declining sort of confidence and pace of investment, and this is a little bit natural after load shedding, where a lot of forced credit extension happened in the private sector. Without load shedding pushing that, investors are stepping back and saying, what's happening? Do we have clarity on risk, on the reforms and on policy and on regulation? So I think that there's certainly a role that public auctions can still support stable investment and at pace, because we're well below the minimum pace that we should be transitioning at. But also we need to look at, as the market comes in, how can public auctions support things like where it's difficult or not bankable for the private sector, so dispatchable power and other types of sources. Bernard also has referenced in other locations. So in KZN or Limpopo and Mpumalanga, where we still do have grid, how can we kind of push development to those areas? The public auction program can play important roles in supporting those. I've put some sort of critical aspects which we think are very important for successful auctions. I think the most important one probably is being able to demonstrate sort of procedural efficiency, clear timelines and objectives, and then just the transparency and good governance, because investors will respond to that. The public auction program in the IPP office does have a good reputation in South Africa. I think that they're regarded highly by investors in general, but there's been this declining confidence because we know we've had stalled bid window 5, 6, and 7, but for other reasons other than, I think, the IPP office procedural ability. So I think that there's work to be done in improving the structure, strength, and delivery of the IPP programs going forward. Thank you very much. I hope that has been helpful to the committee. Happy to take questions later, and I know the other associations coming after me also will go into sort of a bit more detail around the execution parts. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, sir. Rico?
The next one is SAPVIA, Chair.
Okay. Can we go on? And then I think honorable members have noted their questions to this first presentation.
Good morning,
Honorable Chairperson, and good morning, honorable members of the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy. It is a pleasure for me to be invited to brief you this morning on wind energy and our experience on the public procurement programs. In my presentation today, I will cover a brief introduction of SAWEA. I will present key achievements to date, provide a global perspective. I'll zone in a little bit on the IRP 2019 energy mix and the associated public procurement program. And I will end with some challenges and opportunities that we face as an industry, while leaving you with key consideration to accelerate new generation capacity with wind energy as a commitment to our energy transition.
Yeah, thank you very much for switching off the video now. Go on.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I just want to get my presentation on my screen. To introduce myself, honorable members, my name is Nabeshan Govender. I am the CEO of the South African Wind Energy Association. SAWEA is a non-for-profit industry association representing the united voice of wind energy and advocating for the accelerated growth of wind energy in South Africa and beyond. We represent more than 140 members across the wind energy value chain and focus on 5 key areas, being market development for wind energy, wind project development, wind project implementation, wind asset management, and social impact across the value chain. I always find it useful to start with the status quo and present our achievements to date. And Chairperson, I've prepared this slide based on the IPP Office quarterly report dated December 2021, which was a wind energy focused report. As the slide indicates, we currently have 34 wind projects procured through the public procurement program with an installed capacity of just over 3.4 gigawatts. This means that wind energy accounts for the largest share of the renewable energy technologies in utility scale. Wind power has contributed over 46,000 gigawatt hours to the national supply. And to really understand this impact, this could power over 3.6 million average households in South Africa annually. The wind sector has created and established almost 23,000 job years in construction, operation, and maintenance of wind farms. I think it's important, Chairperson, to note that this does not account for project development, finance, consulting, and other jobs central to developing renewable energy projects in the country. And there's also a need for consistent implementation of wind projects for us to maintain and grow these job numbers as we grow the industry. The sector has invested almost 90 billion rands in building the wind energy portfolio to date, with 84% of this being domestic investment and 33% Black shareholding across wind projects, 9% of this being community ownership, as Mr. Mukro had presented earlier. We have also seen a 70% decrease in wind tariffs over the last 14 years, reaching an average of 58 cents in bid window 5, which was the last successful bid window. With a threshold of 40% of local content, the wind industry had committed to 43% and actually achieved a higher 47%, ensuring that some 24 billion of the total investment is locally spent in the South African market. And finally, close to 900 million has been spent on socio-economic development and enterprise development initiatives in communities within a 50-kilometer radius of these wind projects. Honorable members, while much has been done, there is definitely room to do a lot more. Taking a global perspective, this year we celebrated 1 terawatt of installed wind capacity worldwide and documented how this has contributed to reducing carbon emissions. Despite this achievement, scientists around the world still believe that we are lagging in our growth to achieve our combined climate change targets according to the Paris Agreement. Based on its many benefits, wind energy remains crucial and central to the development and sustainable transition to clean energy. Given recent geopolitics and the pandemic, global supply chains are still struggling to recover. And this is not different in the case of the wind energy sector. I think it is exciting, committee members, to see global trends include wind-powered green hydrogen production plans, innovation of hybrid renewable energy projects, which include wind technology, and the accelerated growth of offshore wind. All opportunities that South Africa is exploring as the future of wind energy, part of our energy mix. Lastly, on this slide, you will see that Africa is still an attractive investment destination for the development of wind energy projects, with South Africa still leading the continent, accounting for 30% of the region's wind energy installed capacity and development pipeline as we head to 2050. We are seeing countries like Morocco and Egypt also quickly catching up with South Africa in terms of. Coming back home, the IRP 2019 provides us with 2030 outlook for the country's energy mix. On my slide, Chairperson, you will see a snapshot of this outlook, showing us that in 2018, only 11% of the energy mix was attributed to renewable energy, and IRP 2019 planned to increase the renewable energy allocation to 41% by 2030. It was expected that wind energy would contribute 57% to this target. Looking at wind energy specifically, there was an expectation that we would move from 3.4 gigawatts in 2019 to an additional 14 gigawatts by 2030. 5 years into implementing the IRP 2019, we are nowhere near achieving these targets. We are still to realize any new wind electrons from the IRP 2019, with just under 1 gigawatt publicly procured wind in construction, accounting for a mere 8% of this target. Chairperson, I have deliberately not included the draft IRP 2013 implications, as we understand it is still under review. While the IRP or the draft IRP 2023 had several flaws in its assumptions, it allowed us to look at energy planning holistically. Horizon 1 of that plan considered our immediate needs, and Horizon 2 focused more on the long-term needs with economic growth in mind. As we appreciate more than 140 days with no load shedding, I think we have a real opportunity to better consider and focus on the energy transition and to achieve the impact that we initially set out to achieve when we took this path. The public procurement programs implemented by the IPP office set out to procure renewable energy as determined by the IRP 2010 and later the IRP 2019. The timeline that I've shown you on the slide shows us the bid windows to date, its achievements, and some of the challenges faced by industry over the past 14 years. And I've taken a focus on wind energy specifically. So between 2010 and 2019, we had 4 bid windows successfully procuring just over 3.4 gigawatts of wind energy. The gap of no procurement between 2015 and 2019 should be noted as a devastating blow to the growth of the industry, both losing jobs and local capacity and capability. In 2020, post the IRP 2019, we saw the technology agnostic risk mitigation program launched to bring on much needed new generation capacity. And with this, we saw innovative hybrid projects, 2 of them including wind energy, both now under construction and expected to come online by 2025. In 2021, bid window 5 was launched and attracted 1.6 gigawatts of wind energy, 50% of these projects currently in construction, and the other 50% being faced with challenges of an aggressive domestic market, with global supply chain challenges, as I've explained, being affected by the aftermath of both COVID-19 and the Ukraine-Russia war, rendering these projects unattainable to some extent. In 2022, bid window 6 had 4.1 gigawatts of wind energy bid, with none being procured due to grid constraints. Let me repeat, Chairperson, 0 megawatts being procured due to grid constraints in areas where we have the best wind resource. Another devastating blow to the industry. We currently have bid window 7 in implementation, and we are not confident that more than 50% of the wind energy projects bid will be successful, again, due to grid constraints. Important to note, Portfolio Committee, is that there had been no new wind energy procured for almost 4 years through the public procurement programs. Members, I'd like to switch gears and move to the wind energy pipeline in development. This year, we conducted the second South African Renewable Energy Grid Survey with our partners at SAPVIA and Eskom NTCSA to understand the development pipeline of projects in the country. And this was with the intention to assist with planning for the future. The results of the survey showed us that there's 133 gigawatts of renewable energy projects at different stages of development, and 53 gigawatts attributed to wind energy projects alone. The result further depicted where these projects are being planned and in what format to expect them to come on. Given the available data, more than 33 gigawatts of wind energy projects alone could be built in the short term, meaning over the next 3 to 5 years, if we had grid capacity and the right market conditions, we could build 33 gigawatts of wind energy projects across the country. In looking at the top 5 priority challenges, grid capacity, grid access, and grid allocation remains the most important challenge that we face. Simply put, honorable members, is that with no transmission, it means we cannot transition. We cannot build new generation capacity with no grid to connect them to. So the dialogue around infrastructure development and grid management to maximize renewable energy potential becomes extremely important and central to the energy transition. South Africa has a great energy policy framework. There's no doubt about that. There is, however, alignment challenges that need to be addressed, especially with new policies that are set to reform the regulatory environment. The uncertainty while we wait for new policies to take effect and start implementation was a significant planning challenge for the industry. As we focus on projects currently under construction for the private market, the industry grapples with port and road logistical challenges. Most severely affecting the wind industry currently is the need for more security escorts and transport permits to get our components to site. There is a real need to build capacity in this area to ensure future sustainability of the sector. I covered global supply chain challenges that are starting to slowly recover and sorting themselves out. The opportunity here, honorable members, which should be capitalized on, is local manufacturing to offset global supply. But this is also challenging for us given the uncertain market conditions that I've gone through and the grid constraints that create severe inconsistencies. And the last challenge is the skilled workforce being lost to more mature, attractive markets across the world. This also looked as an opportunity, leaving much room for a new generation of renewable energy professionals to be developed in the country. I wanted to zone in a little bit more on the grid issues. The generation connection capacity assessment of 2025 provided us with an indication of areas where no grid capacity to connect new projects can be seen, and this is the Cape region particularly. A well-accepted concept and proposal from Eskom identifies the possibility of 3.5 gigawatts of capacity to become available with no more than 10% of curtailment applied to wind projects. This is a proposal that we support as the wind industry. Looking at some opportunities, I want to quickly touch on some of the research conducted to understand the skills requirements and job creation potential in the wind sector. The co-benefit study done by the CSIR shows the possibility of significant employment should we commit to rapid decarbonization as per our nationally determined contributions. The study recognizes a net increase in jobs across the energy sector as we achieve our transition. The study further maps out the different job profiles across the value chain and of designing, developing, constructing, operating, maintaining, and decommissioning wind projects. One could say that this is in preparation of jobs of the future. Honorable members, much research has been done in industrialization opportunities within the renewable energy value chain, looking at short, medium, and long-term opportunities as part of the energy transition, or the just energy transition. We believe that there is opportunity to support our local manufacturers who have built capacity over the years to grow and expand their businesses, as well as attract new manufacturing concerns if done responsibly and sustainably to manage the industry. In closing, honorable members, I would like to leave the portfolio committee with these key considerations. Wind energy has contributed significantly to the energy mix already and continues to support various socioeconomic benefits. It is evident that wind energy has a bigger role to play with the changing energy landscape in South Africa, with a potential of some 33 gigawatts of new wind energy in the short term. And to achieve this, we need strong leadership and a coordinated approach in these 7 key aspects that you see on your slide. Number 1 would still remain as grid capacity, access through curtailment in the short term, and intense transmission infrastructure development in the long term. Chairperson, we have seen this well articulated in the recent ECSA Transmission Development Plan public forum. Consistent demand from both public and private markets informed through an updated IRP. We are hoping to see this in the new version of the IRP that we expect sometime next year. Clear and transparent rules for grid connection from Eskom and NTCSA on how we are connecting and queuing for grid connection. A reformed public procurement program in line with the ministers and IPP officers' recommendations, as we saw the minister present late last month and Mr. Mukulu present earlier today. An investable market, including fast and more efficient permitting processes, and this is being considered under the Energy One-Stop Shop and the DTIC. Incentives for localization, such as tax incentives, research and development incentives, and government-assisted financing mechanisms for SMEs will see a lot more localization and local ownership. And lastly, a focus on skills development for employment in the future. With that, I thank you.
The next one is SAPVIA, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's get another presentation. Chair, Secretary, are you around?
Yes, Chair. SAPVIA has already flighted the presentation, Chair.
The next one, eh? Okay.
Yes, Chair.
Let's continue. Thank you very much. Then we are noting what's the questions that we are going to ask honorable members. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, Portfolio Committee members, heads of our organization. It's a great opportunity for us to present the current work of SAPVIA and that of our members. And I hope, Chairperson, I'm audible and that my presentation is visible. I'm trying to get it into presentation mode, but I'm struggling a little bit. But
yes,
I hope
you are audible. You are audible, and we're able to see your presentation, but it needs to be just scrolled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think it's still coming through on my side. And if it's okay, Chairperson, I'm going to turn off the camera. Sure. Chairperson, can you still hear me? And members?
Yes, you are audible, but we don't see the presentation. There it comes with.
Can you see it now? Okay.
Yes.
Let me leave it as is because I'm having challenges in beaming it in presentation form. Again, thank you very much, Chairperson and members, for this great opportunity. By way of introduction, my name is Dr. Rethabile Melamu. I represent the South African Photovoltaic Industry Association. We are the voice of solar PV in South Africa. And this being our first presentation, we thought we should just give the portfolio committee an overview of our work and that of our members, and not go into the details that we hopefully will get an opportunity to present for future engagements. So the presentation is structured in this format, but I will not go into the format of the presentation. I'll go straight into who we are as an association. Just like the previous association, we are not-for-profit industry association. Although we were established in 2010, we were officially registered in 2013. Our objectives as an association haven't changed. They remain to promote, to develop, and to grow the solar photovoltaic industry as part of a wider renewable energy sector and that of a broader energy sector in South Africa. As an association, we believe that solar PV will play a significant role in achieving the country's energy security. We do believe in a future where there are clear policies and laws that complement one another, and where both the public and the private sector work together towards a growth in the solar PV market. And we do believe that as an industry, we have a significant role to play in decarbonizing the energy system in the country and creating the much needed jobs and making sure that as a country, we realize the socio-economic opportunities that are presented in these burgeoning industries. In terms of our mission as a voice of solar PV, we believe in working with partners and stakeholders in shaping and influencing regulations and policy, especially in the earlier parts of their development. We believe in informing and educating members, but not just members, the broader stakeholders, most of who are off-takers of the technology. We also believe that as an industry association, there's only limited role that we can play if we do not work with other partners. And therefore, we believe in in partnerships and collaborations, ultimately with the goal of promoting higher usage of solar PV, both in the public and private sector. And as an association, we believe that through the support that our members get, they will be better equipped to deploy and invest in quality, underscore quality, because the big issue in our sector, Chairperson, we believe in deploying and investing in quality solar PV, in facilitating greater accessibility and affordability of solar PV. And again, we would like to contribute to the socio-economic imperatives of the country, including job creation and skills development. Chairperson, I indicated that we were established in 2010. We have grown significantly as an industry association. We were established by 6 members in 2010. We have since grown to represent over 700 members. And you would see, Chair and members, that the significant growth has been in the past 5 years, and that interfaces or is related to the growth of the industry and the energy insecurity that we have experienced as a country. The next couple of slides, Chair, just give a sense of who our membership base is. We have a broad membership base ranging from developers to energy users. So the members are able to go through this slides at a later stage, but we essentially wanted to demonstrate the breadth and the width of our membership base. In these slides, Chairperson, we haven't even included some of the SMMEs that are affiliated with us through our PV Green Card program. The head of the IPPO has already given a lot of detail on the contribution of renewable energy technology. Sorry, Chair, somehow the host muted me. I'm not sure why that was the case.
Yeah, apologies for that slip of the finger.
Okay, all right. No, not a problem, Secretariat. So in this slide, we simply demonstrating to you, Chair and members, our contribution as a sector. Suffice to say, about 3.6 gigawatts of solar PV has been procured through the REIPPP program. These projects are at different stages of development. About 2.3 gigawatts of this capacity is operational, with capacity likely to come online in the next coming months. And once all this capacity that has been procured comes online, our contribution will be about 3.66 gigawatts. So, Chair, this is our contribution to the public procurement, but I think it would be good for members to be aware of the private sector developments, both in the utility scale, distributed generation market segment, as well as in the residential market. So what you're seeing on the screen, Chair, is a bit of a snapshot of the latest information or data from the regulator and NERSA. So NERSA publishes data on registered project on a monthly basis, sometimes every 2 months. So essentially what this data does is to give a sense of the number and the sizes of projects and the location of private sector-led projects that are in the pipeline. And I would really like to use this opportunity to commend government for the regulatory reforms that led into this catalytic effect in the development of the private sector market. So what we do as the industry association is that we take the data that NERSA publishes as a spreadsheet, and we convert it into a more interactive dashboard that is available on our website. What we're seeing here is that the private sector market is growing rapidly. Yes, REIPPP remains relevant, but this market is also growing very rapidly. And just for members to note, the projects that NERSA registered are from 100 kilowatt peak all the way up to hundreds of megawatts. In terms of the breakdown of these technologies, solar PV has a 63% contribution to this pipeline of projects. And these projects, Chair, are in different stages of development. Very few of these are already commercial, but I think quite a few will come into commercialization soon. And I think the second thing to note is that most of these registrations have come in the past couple of years. And really that is testament to the regulatory reforms that we saw in 2022. So if you look at the total registered projects, we are looking at about 9.7 gigawatts or 9,700 megawatts. Of these, about 4.5 megawatts were registered in 2023 alone, with the about 3.2 gigawatts being registered in 24 to date, and I'm sure we'll get more data as time continues. And Chairperson and members, there are a number of drivers for the growth that we have observed. Of course, load shedding and energy security concerns were the biggest driver, but increasingly we're seeing the energy cost and the need to decarbonize for the off-take market, mainly big corporate South Africa being some of the key drivers. So I think it's clear that whilst the utility market was largely driven by the REIPPP program, that is shifting, where there is almost equal activity in the REIPPP program as well as in the private sector market to date. I'm going to go into slides where these are broken down a little bit, and we look at what we consider utility projects from our own SAPVIA categorization. It's really not rigid, just for demonstration purposes. And it's just to say that only 37 projects of all the total registered project in NERSA are above 50 megawatts. And however, these make about half of all registered projects. I think maybe interesting to note, Chair, is that this capacity for these projects are located in just 3 provinces. And I think a lot of previous speakers have spoken a lot about strengthening the grid infrastructure and making sure that we develop additional capacity to be able to offtake some of these potential projects that are in the pipeline. I've already indicated that ERA has played a fundamental role in how the market is shaping. If we go further into the breakdown of different categorization within the private sector registered projects within NERSA, you'll see that there is quite a number of projects that are registered under the CNI. So anything from 1 to 50 megawatts. The blue bars represents the capacity of projects, whilst the yellow bars represent the number of projects that are registered. And so you'd see that in this scale, although there are few projects, they contribute to significantly to the total capacity. I think from an SSEG space, it's expected that a lot of projects will be registered to contribute to a specific amount of capacity. And I think here we're looking at almost 700 megawatts of installed capacity. So overall, if you consider both the private sector projects that are installed already and the REIPPP program, Chair, we are estimating as an industry association that we are at about 9 gigawatts of installed solar PV capacity from the REIPPP program, but you'd see that the private sector market contributes significantly, about 2/3. And I'd like to really emphasize that this is not just rooftop solar PV. It captures all different market segments, from residential installations, CNI, as well as utility projects. So I think it goes to show how much solar has contributed to energy security and to some extent to alleviating the impacts of load shedding or the extent of load shedding in the previous year. Just to give context, maybe borrowing from my colleague from SAWEA on the installed global capacities, the information is not on this slide, but as an industry, we reached a 2 terawatt installed capacity a couple of days ago, solar PV. This is double what was installed in 2022. So in just 2 years, the global community has been able to double the installed solar PV capacity. The reason why I am presenting or tabling this, Chair, is that as South Africa and Africa in general, our contribution is still less than 1% of that installed capacity. Yet as a continent, we have 40% of the global resources. And so there's immense potential and we have barely scratched the surface. I wanted to conclude this section, Chair, by reflecting on what we have observed in the residential market. And we have witnessed a slowdown in the market, especially in the tens or digits, single digits and tens of kilowatt peak project. And we believe that this is due to the elimination or the suspension of load shedding. This slowdown ranges from anything between 60 to 80% in just these 2 years, 2023 and 2024. Some of the challenges that we thought we should bring to the committee's attention are low compliance and registration rates. For members that may have solar system, you may know that you are expected to register these systems with your municipality, but the registration levels are low. And I think of greatest concern to the industry association is the quality of the installation. While SAPVIA has interventions in this regard through their PV Green Card program, we remain a voluntary body, and there is a lot of activity that happens outside our membership base that we do not have a direct control over. But some interventions to consider, and I did hear that DDG Kekana talking about rolling out PV systems in low-income households. There's been a lot of conversation already around mini grids. But we as an industry association believe that the sector has to be incentivized, especially for low-income and middle-income households. The upfront capital tends to be quite expensive and inhibitory for willing participants, especially as the electricity prices climb very rapidly. In terms of dealing with the low compliance and registration rates, we believe that a national SSCG framework that standardizes system registration and compliance across all municipalities will be helpful. And of course, if we update the national installation standard, which has been under review for 5, 6, or 8 years, I think some of the challenges that we have identified can be dealt with. And of course, the last thing that we want to mention here is around the quality, the specification of the components that are used, especially at household level. So those are some key consideration in the residential market, Chair and members, in the light of some of the observations and challenges that members have raised with us in the residential market. I am not going to spend a lot of time on this slide, Chair, because my colleague from SAWEA, Sister Association, has already discussed the pipeline of projects. This is a third iteration of the survey. This is an industry-led and an ESCOM-led initiative. So industry associations, SAPVIA and SAWEA, are looking already at putting together the survey for the next year. Suffice to say, we have 133 gigawatts of capacity in the pipeline, and there are a number of interventions that are required to realize that potential. Those have been discussed in great detail, so I don't want to rehash that. My last input, Chairperson and members, is also around issues of localization. An important one, maybe let me underscore my inputs by indicating that as an industry association, we support localization of the solar PV value chain to an extent that we commissioned 2 studies. The one that you're seeing on the screen is the second study that was launched in May this year. Essentially, these studies sought to understand how best to localize the component manufacturing in the solar PV space. And I think one of the areas that we zoomed into were the number of jobs that could be created by manufacturing different components. I mean, we can go into details around that, but I wanted to indicate that if you were to consider all the major components in putting together a PV system or PV plant, the mounting structures and combiner box have job creation potential of at least a factor of magnitude compared to module manufacturing. And in fact, in South Africa, we import all the components and merely combine them or assemble in South Africa. So we also, with the capacity that we have, which is probably less than 10% of the demand and the pipeline of projects, we are creating less than 100 jobs. However, in the mounting and combining combiner boxes space, there are already other industries that players there are supplying into. And that's why we believe as an industry association, we need to focus on low-hanging fruit, focus on where the capacity and the capabilities are as we ramp up other parts of the value chain. And maybe just the next slide then talks to the level of support that these industries get in other countries, in the markets where countries are aggressively pursuing in industrial policy or localizing of the solar PV value chain. And all the countries, the US, India, Turkey are the front runners. And there's a need to provide incentives both on the supply and the demand side. And again, Chair, the report is available to members. We are more than happy to share that report with them. It's suffice to say, however way you look at it, China is dominating the space because they spent 20 years developing an industrial agenda for solar PV. So this didn't happen in 2022. It's been a lot of consistent and concerted effort for 20 years to the time that they are a market, they're dominating that market. And I think as we look through the implementation of SAREM, which we contributed significantly towards, we need to consider how to localize and how to support our local manufacturing. Our study, very briefly, Chair, looked at parts, the ease of localizing the various components. On this slide, the greener those cells under each of the components, the easier it is to localize. I think you can see that if you're considering modules compared to balance of plant or even inverters, there's quite significant amount of work that is required to ensure that you localize the module. Maybe the last point, Chair, that we have been faced with as an industry is an immediate introduction of import duty on modules and the access of the rebate. And here, I think what I'd like to underscore is that we felt as an industry association that engagement on the actual introduction of the duty was not, we were not consulted essentially sufficiently in its implementation. And the abrupt nature of its implementation meant that most of our members' consignments were stuck in the waters for a very long time. Secondly, that there was no rebate process in place, and there's still no rebate process in place since the immediate implementation on the duty in July this year. And we understand from very constructive engagements that we have with ITEC, of course, post the effect, that we will continue to provide permitting. They will provide permitting per consignment, which is not ideal, which delays the process, the project for some of our members. And so that's one of the key challenges that we are facing as an industry association. Maybe to my earlier point, as a country, the assembly, which is really not manufacturing in the strict sense, because it's really importing the same components from China and then putting them together, has at least at most 10% of the demand. And I think maybe how this was introduced and how the rebates are administered has been a bit problematic. This is my genuine last slide, Chair, just to conclude and some contributions. We believe that our technology, the solar PV, has significant potential to address the energy trilemma. I think our minister does refer to energy trilemma quite regularly. And I think members do understand what that is. We believe that a national streamlined framework and standardized compliance for small-scale project, a small-scale embedded generation, that's what SSEG is, and battery storage are critical. I think this portfolio committee and the relationship that we already enjoy with various government entities, IPPA, the department, will really be key in unlocking opportunities that reside in these technologies, the deployment of the technologies. And I would just say we believe that if we work together, we can really create a robust, sustainable PV ecosystem where PV is a key component to an energy mix that the country and government would want to pursue. So we see all the technologies as symphony and us playing a specific role in that. And with that, Chairperson, I'd like to leave it here and would be happy to take questions at a later stage. Thank you.
The next one is SAIPPA, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The next one,
SAIPPA, Chair.
SAIPPA. Okay.
Good afternoon. Well, good morning, everybody. Chairperson, thank you very much. Let me also just put my camera on so that you can see me. Great, thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, honourable members, officials and colleagues from the industry. Huge privilege to present to the Portfolio Committee on Electricity and Energy today. My name is Brian Day. I'm the chairperson of the South African Independent Power Producers Association, and I'll turn off my camera and then share my slides. I'll try and share the PDF version because I note the challenges that my colleagues have had in getting it into presentation mode. So let me just share the presentation. All right, thank you very much. As I said, it's a huge privilege. You'll note that we've got a rich diversity of industry associations all involved in renewables in some way or another. You'll see that there's much alignment, some differences, but plenty of collaboration. My presentation today will look at an introduction to SAIPPA, again celebrating successes, which some of my colleagues have also looked at, the crucial developmental opportunities, and then I'm going to talk a little bit on the nature of renewable energy. And I note that, to my knowledge, many members are new to this portfolio. That may or may not mean that you have a background in this sphere. I immediately apologize to Honourable Molefe and Honourable Milam, who either have extensive industry experience or would be a returning member of Parliament to this Portfolio Committee, and there may be others in with greater or lesser knowledge. I'm then going to look specifically at what I believe is a lost opportunity in terms of the risk mitigation program and cogeneration, and then go on to some comments on job creation, overcoming barriers to deployment of renewable energy, and some comments on the large amount of work that's still got to be done in terms of the industry structure. And then I'll close with a smile on government business partnerships and how the political economy and ideology can impact the electricity industry. So that's really just to end on a humorous note. In terms of SAIPPA, we were established back in 2009, so pre-REIPPP, in fact, in the days of the NERSA attempting the refit program, and established at a time long before it was really foreseen that we would have the extent of advancement, both in terms of the quantum of renewables installed, but also the dramatic changes in the industry structure already. So we've been going for about 15 years. We've been technology agnostic. Earlier on, much more members in the coal and gas space. That's a little bit limited now, but we do specifically have members in the cogeneration space. And there's a slide later where I'll talk to that. But a broad base of membership from producers, developers, etc. The focus that we've had is really on electricity sector reform more broadly. So our working groups have looked at market transformation, wheeling and tariffs, and just how crucial the municipalities' role is in terms of implementing wheeling and updating tariffs. We've looked at the legal aspects, policy, legislation, regulation, etc. Grid access, which my colleagues have spoken about, which is a massive issue, and curtailment will be one issue that I mention later on. And then also on the grid code, we have representation on the Grid Code Advisory Committee with NERSA. That is a committee that has 9 members, 4 members previously from Eskom, now the NTCSA, and 5 private sector members. And we're honored to have representation there. In terms of the successes, I'll go through this very quickly between the presentation of the IPP office and the 2 renewables associations. I think you've heard a lot about that. What impacted our members the most, I think, was Schedule 2 of the ERA, even before the new ERA was passed. And the second amendment to Schedule 2, when the cap was removed completely, actually had a secondary aspect to it that is not well understood. The removing of the cap was important, but there are not actually that many projects that are above 100 megawatts now. What was far more important was the opportunity to sell power to one or more off-takers, to quote the wording in the regulation. And that's important because of 2 things. Firstly, spreading of your risk to multiple off-takers, because any business is so much more sustainable the more customers you've got. So the less you will be impacted by events in the life of those firms and their own profitability, etc. But where it made an even bigger impact is the ability to swap out a non-performing buyer with a performing buyer. And that meant that the term of PPAs could be significantly shorter. The liquid security and other financial elements built into the PPA could be a lot less onerous. And it really did open up the market a lot. We celebrate, obviously, the NTCSA, but there's a lot more to be done. And I'll talk a little bit about distribution, although that won't be a main topic for today. The developmental opportunities, I can also go through fairly quickly. SARM is an obvious focus area. I understand the department's about to implement the SARM, and I think that's going to make a massive difference. It's been a very collaborative process, and I think that can form the undergirding of a new trajectory in terms of industrialization in the ways that you saw China having done it from 20 years ago in Tabi's presentation just before me. But then also electricity for all. And the electricity access, I understand, is now over 90%, something that the democratic government excelled at from the early days, raising electricity access from somewhere in the 30% to now at or above 90% of households. But it's got to be affordable, although because then, if not, access can mean nothing. So the target needs to be the most economical cost to the consumer, broadly different sectors of consumers. We need to ensure support for the poor. 50 kilowatt hours of free basic electricity is very, very low. If you look at the numbers, it's really absolutely minimal. And there's studies that show that higher levels of free basic electricity would fundamentally improve developmental outcomes, child nutrition, ability to study, and breaking of the cycle of poverty, etc. And really, I believe that we've had a false attempt to suppress the overall tariff with the objective of meeting the needs of the poor, when in fact the poor use so little of the electricity that the impact of lower tariffs has a much bigger impact on the big users and of course on the generator, Eskom, than it does. So other mechanisms, I believe, would be far more beneficial. And of course, a sustainable supply. We've talked a lot about load shedding, and again, huge compliments to all the people at Eskom for the work that's been done. The EAF peaked just over 70%. I know that it had come down again, went below 60, but now above 60 again, and really looking on a very positive trajectory over the last number of months. We know, of course, that doesn't mean that we won't see load shedding again in the next years, but I'm certainly hopeful that it'll be significantly reduced compared to what we had, say, in 2023 into early 2024. Then I'd like to say a few comments on the nature of renewable energy. And there was a question, I think one of the questions earlier spoke about intermittent versus variable. And I think it's something that we need to understand very well. The variability of renewable sources is well known. It's a scientific technical fact. It's weather dependent. We know, for example, at 12 o'clock tonight, my solar PV on my roof will produce exactly 0. Well, actually, sometimes the moon gives it 1 or 2 watts, but let's call it 0. And but at the same time, the intermittent nature of it, I believe, is a false description, because the word intermittent suggests a collapse of output from something to nothing and without any warning. And that's not true. So the fewer generation sources one has, the more a failure on a system will make that difference. So for example, in my house, I've got one inverter. If my inverter fails, I would then have no PV power at all. It's simply a binary issue. But because I'm connected to the grid, I can then still benefit from the grid. And if you look at the dispersion of especially the renewables systems across the country, because they're frankly more democratic in that they can be dispersed around the country, and essentially because you can build them smaller and still have sufficient economy of scale, is what allows much more development and investment by the private sector versus only a Medupi type of plant, which would very, very few private entities would have the capacity to invest in. So the more generation facilities you have in more different locations with different immediate weather patterns, cloud cover, and impacts on their generation output, the more the averaging of those outputs becomes an advantage rather than a disadvantage. That doesn't mean, of course, that you don't have very low wind at nighttime and therefore times of very low renewable energy. But we're very fortunate in South Africa versus, say, a UK or Germany, in that we have 6 different climate regimes in the country, and therefore the dispersion impact, and of course just the size of the country compared to a country in Europe, is a massive advantage. So it's that variability, of course, that gets modeled in the sort of model that James from the Energy Council was talking about. It's the same model that gets used in the IRP, etc. And the benefits and opportunities of variability of renewables needs to be acknowledged and celebrated, while also understanding the backup peaking and other resources that one needs on the grid to augment and supplement such a supply system. Then just some comments on the complete cost of a system of electricity. You'll see in a graph I've got just now some of the value, and there's been a lot said about levelized cost of electricity perhaps not being a technically sound parameter. And again, it's one of those things that, depending how you want to apply it, that could be true. But if a LCOE, being a technology cost, is used as an input into an RP type model, then you get a system cost as an output. If you want to use LCOE as a direct comparison between two technologies, when other characteristics of the technology, for example, their generation profile, differ vastly, then obviously you're going to get yourself into trouble. So be cautious with LCOE. It's an absolutely correct parameter when it's used as an input to these sort of models. But of course, you do have to understand the pros and cons, and that's what the modeling actually does. So looking forward to some updates on the RP, which I'm sure will be not too far in the future. The role of an integrated transmission and distribution grid, of course, is absolutely critical in that. We know, of course, that a lot of our PV is in the Northern Cape and elsewhere, and of course that flows to the users. What would be even better is if we had the municipalities modernizing their systems. So, for example, I live in Tshwane. They've recently published 2 documents for public comment, a updated policy on SSEG, small-scale embedded generation, and a wheeling document. Those still have to go through the formal processes to be approved, and only then will they actually develop technical documents and actually protocols to actually do the wheeling. Tshwane's SSEG input tariff is still only 74 cents, which is horrifically low. So there's an underutilization by Tshwane of their grid, which is an asset which they could monetize far more beneficially by also implementing better feed-in tariffs. They could save themselves a fortune compared to buying from Eskom, especially in peak tariffs, etc. So the optimization of power systems with increasing levels of renewables will lead to times of excess supply. And this is not bad, it's just different. The important thing is it's counterintuitive because it seems like wastage. And in the absolute immediate short term, yes, it is wastage, but that can still be an optimized overall system. And to show that, I'm going to show a graph, which I'm not going to go into because you could spend a whole hour or more on the graph. All that I will show is that on the very left-hand side of the graph, to try and balance a typical quantum of generation capacity in solar and wind. So on the left-hand side of the graph is low levels of generation capacity with battery storage becomes excessively expensive. And this line then comes down that the more renewables, wind and solar that you install, the less battery backup that you need. And of course, this also benefits from the complementary profiles between solar and wind, so that if you tried to do this with either only solar and battery or only wind and battery, it would be even more expensive. And that's what some of the alternatives to LCOE actually do, which is just palpably wrong. But what this really shows is that somewhere around 4 times the capacity that you need, you get to a minimum system cost. And it's the overall system cost facilitated by the shared grid, especially the transmission grid, which is a natural monopoly and is really the component of the electricity supply industry, which gives us our sovereignty and ensures that we have long-term security of supply, rather than it being the generators which you can adequately regulate for and contract for. But it's the transmission entity that is absolutely crucial to the national interests. I'm then going to talk a little bit on cogeneration specifically, and the fact that there's a massive missed opportunity, specifically in the risk mitigation program, but also more generally. And cogen, there has been some talk. There was at one stage going to be a feed-in tariff for cogen. There was going to be a procurement program for cogen, but none of that has actually materialized. And you'll see right at the bottom of this slide that there's up to 6 gigawatts of cogeneration potential, and I'll come back to that because of the nature of it is absolutely crucial.
And that number is a well-founded study a number of years ago now by GIZ and others. So why do I say that cogen was excluded from the risk mitigation program, when in fact the risk mitigation was claimed to be technology agnostic? Now, while it is true that the risk mitigation did not say, provide me X, Y, or Z technology, there were requirements in the functionality which radically constrained the technology choices. Many of you will already be aware that, for example, in the renewables-based risk mitigation successful projects, there's something like 30% of the potential generation which is lost because of the way the program was structured. So specifically why cogen was excluded, the size range was between 50 megawatts and 450. Most cogen facilities are less than 50 megawatts. I know, for example, that SAPVIA at their SAIPPA works down in KZN are currently installing a new facility just over 40 megawatts, and that's big in terms of cogen sizing. You literally would be a Sasol or something if to go above the 50 megawatt mark. Greenfield was a requirement, so about a quarter of the potential for cogen is actually existing plant in paper, sugar, and other industries. Time to COD of 14 months was very, very short for a thermal plant versus, for example, a PV plant. And the daily dispatchability requirement could not be adhered to. You heard Bernard talk earlier about the 5 a.m., 9 p.m. or 5:30, I forget exactly, but it's most of the day, excluding this kind of nighttime hours. And while cogen is in fact load following, so the net effect would have been virtually the same. And how cogen works is in, say, for example, the paper industry, some of your waste materials are then combusted to generate power. And that happens specifically when the plant is being used and would otherwise draw that power from the grid. So we're not talking about generation that is more than what is actually used on the site. Some of the most up-to-date plants get to about a net effect at a full efficiency from the Scandinavian plants. Specific advantages on cogen. Firstly, it's existing grid, and I think we all know the constraints around grid. It has a constant baseload production profile, and it's load following. And then it's virtually as green as PV and wind, because it's either avoiding flue gases going into the air, which is CO2 combusted anyway, or it's actually combusting materials that might go into landfill, which would actually then decompose, forming methane, etc., which would be even worse. And then the potential capacity of a gigawatt and a half currently, and potentially up to 6 gigawatts with if we include new plants. I won't talk too much around the job creation, but just to make a couple of points. When we look at, for example, the number of jobs on a plant compared to a plant of another technology, we've got to look at what the output is of that plant. Now, the earlier PV plants were 75 megawatts, and my calculation on that, on an energy basis, so we must look at energy not just at power or capacity, you would need something like 200 PV plants of 75 megawatts to equate to the energy output of a plant like Medupi or Kusile, which is virtually the same. Then I've actually been privileged to do some studies on job creation for the co-benefits work. And when in construction is included, more jobs are created than lost. But that's not enough of a story. The jobs are dispersed across the country, requiring shifts in employment patterns and studies on types of work. You have to, in fact, look at just how extensive the numbers are of the construction that's needed. and the Energy Council presentation did talk about the 5 gigawatts or more that's needed per year. And you can then get to a case where you've got local construction companies where you do have security of work, and you're not shoving people off to far-flung areas of the country. So a lot of work being done since the work that I was involved in, but decent work and constancy of work and benefits and all of that is obviously also crucial. It's also crucial to note that the PV plants, the current facilities have typically 20-year PPAs being extended perhaps to 25. But by the time we get to 20 years from now, we're going to have to still be building because of the coal-fired power stations. Some more of them will get to the end of their life, but you're also going to have to build to replace capacity that was built in the last few years. So there's almost an ongoing construction cycle, and again, something that can lead to proper jobs, construction firms in locations, etc. And also noting, of course, comment on SARM, and others have spoken about it as well. The whole manufacturing value chain and related industries in agriculture, water, etc., offer huge potential benefits, and a lot of work, of course, still to be done by PCC, the Mpumalanga Green Economy Cluster and related entities. I want to make some comments then on some of the perceived barriers to build-out rates. And many of you will know that there were caps on the renewables construction in all of the RPs, including the most recent one. And I think you've got to understand what are the constraints are and how long they would actually last for. So you've got to acknowledge that right now, if we said let's build 5 gigawatts of utility scale PV and wind next year, you've got to look long and hard at what the constraints are to make that possible. But does that really mean that the same constraint is true for 2026 or 2027? So to take what could be real constraints, and I haven't looked in detail myself at exactly the quantum of constraints. I'm sure that colleagues on the call can give more details. But if you take, for example, the EPC capacity, there's been a real problem of construction companies. Many have failed, but a lot of those people are either still in the country or would want to come back if the industry was revitalized. And I reckon that within a year or three, the barriers to rapid rollout of new generation can systematically be resolved, with, of course, firm demand going forward. So in terms of industry structure, just a few comments. The modernization of the ESI has only just begun. So I think as a portfolio committee, the ERA bill of your predecessors in the 6th Parliament was crucial legislation, but is really just the first step. The National Transmission Company, the operations of the market operator really only getting started in 2026. So there's going to be a stage-wise ramp-up of market participants, both on the generator and the customer side. And of course, we are talking about a wholesale market, not a retail market. Countries like Denmark, the UK, other places have a retail market already. Firstly, you can't jump to a retail market. You've got to firstly establish a sustainable, established wholesale market. But I think also the comments that I made earlier on free basic electricity and the imperative of poverty, inequality, etc., mitigates against rushing into a retail market. But that does not mean that we don't expedite the establishment of the wholesale market to optimize costs and bring those aspects of the market which are indeed helpful. Tariffs remain a major issue. Wheeling, especially in municipalities, Grid expansion will take time, and therefore the curtailment regime to be approved by NERSA is absolutely critical, not just for the Cape provinces, but eventually elsewhere as well. And then, of course, the distribution sector is something that isn't talked about a lot. In the early days, it was all about generation. Lately, it's been all about transmission, the NCCSA, unbundling Eskom. But actually, we've also got to solve a lot of issues for the municipalities. I mean, there's been the big issue in the last week, which Minister Ramokgopa himself got involved in terms of debt by City Power in the city of Johannesburg to Eskom. But there's the sustainability of the municipalities as distribution companies. There's the tariff structures which relate to that. There's the funding mechanism to municipalities and how it used to work as well. So a lot of work beyond the time that available for today's session. And that largely brings it to an end, except for some smiles at the end. And there you can see some ideological wars around perceptions of what one or other of us may believe to be the right economic model for a country, and of course what somebody with an opposite view might see. So no specific comment on where I or others may sit on that, but I think just to note, of course, that the political economy and its impact onto the electricity sector makes it something which is perhaps more complex than many other sectors. Honourable members, Chairperson, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. Ariko, what is the next item?
Questions by members, Chair.
Is it the last one?
Yes, that was the last one, Chair.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, just give over to them. Then we can get into questions and comments.
That was the last presentation, Chair. It's question time now, my members.
Okay, thank you very much, Ariko. Can we then give over to the honorable members? Let me check hands, ne? I see the hand of Honorable Myla and Honorable Paulson for now. Over to you, Honorable Paulson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, my first question, or first number of questions is to Mr. Govender from SAWEA. And I'd like to know, in terms of preparing the skills, has SAPVIA engaged with TVETs and universities in order to offer programs that will provide the necessary skills required for wind energy plant operation? And also, I've seen wind farms like the one in Gouda, and I've been in the community there, and I'm yet to find someone that is employed on that wind farm from the area. And my concern is, are wind power producers not compelled to use skills from and labor from the neighboring communities? I think it's a very important thing to get buy-in from communities, is to make sure that we also provide them an opportunity for employment. And if that doesn't happen, it's something that exists there that they've got no stake in whatsoever. And then to SAPVIA, I'd like to know, the presenter said that all photovoltaic products are imported. So what is being done to ensure that photovoltaic products are produced locally? I think it's, that is where the opportunity exists, is that we produce our own products. We provide employment in producing those products. It becomes a self-defeating purpose if we want to provide employment and we've got huge unemployment figures, and still we import products that can be produced locally. So, and also, have they engaged government to support those companies or those individuals use photovoltaic products locally as improving our own employment figures, and also use products that can be exported to other parts of Africa and the rest of the world. And then also, Chairperson, PV panels have a limited lifespan. I just want to know, have we thought of what do we do with these panels? I have this vision of mountains of used PV solar panels that can no longer be used, and it's going to create an environmental nightmare. So what is the plan? Just like, for example, there's a plan, what we're going to use, what we're going to do with tires that are no longer in use. What are we going to do with photovoltaic panels that are no longer in use? Surely we have to think that far as well. So I'd like to know what is the plan with use photovoltaic panels as well as the storage batteries that we're going to be using if we use photovoltaic panels. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Paulson. Honorable Maile.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I've got a number of questions, and I'm just going to put some of them are directed to specific people, but some of them are more general, and I would welcome inputs from all the presenters. So the first one is specifically to Mr. McKay. And I'm curious about the role of the Energy Council and NECOM in pressurizing Eskom to cease monopolistic behavior. So I mentioned earlier about the grid access rules, but we've seen recently opposition by Eskom to NERSA granting trading licenses. Now that's classic monopolistic behavior. They're trying to protect their market at the extent of other traders, which is completely contrary to the Electricity Regulation Amendment Act that was signed a couple of months ago. The other example is we saw it last week, where Eskom withdrew grid access to the Hendrina wind farm on the grounds that they didn't comply with having a power purchase agreement that they could produce in order to demonstrate that they had met the criteria for grid access. Now, we all know that was a trading agreement and that there was, in fact, a PPA in place. But it's this kind of behavior that is extremely concerning on the part of Eskom. So again, my question is, what are you doing to put pressure on Eskom to cease that monopolistic behavior or that anti-competitive behavior? Then some broader questions. Obviously, one of the opportunities, and all of the presenters have touched on it to a greater or lesser extent, is the ability to bring generation closer to where the power is consumed. And so we're essentially talking about distributed generation. So what is the opportunity for direct sale to municipalities that are capable of purchasing it and then managing that direct connection and bypassing the Eskom transmission infrastructure completely. Is there a market for that? Is there a space in the electricity sector in order to do that? And would that mitigate the impact of our grid constraints? Honorable Paulson spoke about localization, and while I hear where he's coming from, I am concerned that we've got the 800-pound gorilla in the room, and that is China, who are able to produce quicker, cheaper, and more effectively than South Africa or many, many other countries can. So my question is, and this is both to SAPVIA and SAWEA, what is the low-hanging fruit? What can we produce from a local perspective in South Africa? And what do we need to focus on? Where can we be competitive? Then, again, tied into that localization issue is those components that we cannot produce, and obviously ramping up localized manufacturing will take time. But those components that we cannot produce, what interactions have you had with National Treasury and the DTIC to get rid of those import duties on those? I mean, we obviously have both a generation shortfall crisis that we are working our way out of at the moment, but equally we have a pricing crisis, an affordability crisis on electricity generation. So what are we doing to make it more cost effective for IPPs to produce that power? What are we doing to reduce the import duties on that? And as a corollary to that, what pressure are we putting on National Treasury to reintroduce the rebates for the installation of SSEG or even utility scale generation? My last question with regard to the more general question is, what is the impact of technology improvements on both the amount of power that's able to be generated and the cost of generation? And how are we seeing that play out in the South African market? What is the impact of that? And then a specific question to Mr. Govender. You focused obviously very, very much on onshore wind, but no mention was made whatsoever of offshore wind. Is there an opportunity in the South African sector, South African market for that? And if so, what is being done to pursue that? Thank you very much. Chair, I'm finished.
Chair?
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm connecting in the phone now. Thank you very much, Honorable Malema. And then the next one is, I don't see any other hand from now, but
Chairperson, it's Malem, not Malema.
Malema, it's fine. He understands quite correctly. Fine. Can we give over to the responsible, I will say, entity to answer the questions that have been asked?
Chair, James here from the Energy Council. I'm happy to take a first response to questions and then hand over to our colleagues for a response. Very specifically on the question asked around Eskom and what is perceived as the anti-competitive behavior. I think the first thing just to note in response is this highlights the complexity and pace of change of the energy transition. So these are difficult matters to deal with. These are not uncommon. There's international experience that say, well, this has happened in many other jurisdictions. It also highlights a very kind of challenging position for Eskom, which really is the utility debt spiral, as the centralized utility, which has historically held all of the generating assets, needs to facilitate the move into a competitive environment where a decentralized system, generating assets are competitive and held with multiple parties in the private sector. Typically, this is guided by clear rules and regulations. And I think this is where part of the challenge comes in, is that we need, Eskom is critical. We need a strong Eskom to help and to hold through a reliable energy system and electricity services through the transition. However, we do need Eskom to look very differently in the future. This kind of is a challenge for the executives of Eskom if they don't have appropriate regulations and rules to guide everyone by. And without those in place, I think what we've seen is the GCE and the board chair have said, well, we need to protect the status quo and push for the clarity on the rules and regulations. Certainly, I think as we've engaged with both the executive or the executives and the board of Eskom, they are committed to the transition, but recognizing that there's complexity in this early stage. So the questions would be, well, how can we better engage in that? One, I think to your point, is NECOM has been established to deliver the Energy Action Plan under the presidency. It is a subcommittee of cabinet. So as business, we engage and support those objectives, but we are not members, or we don't drive the objectives of the Energy Action Plan or NECOM. We support the delivery. So NECOM in their own right, as an extension of government, have been addressing this issues that you've raised, specifically around grid access and trading. The other area then is to say, well, how do we get those rules? And really what we should be looking towards is the governance mechanism to engage Eskom is through the shareholder compact, which we know has moved from traditionally DPE into the new ministry, DEE. So I think that's a very positive structural change, but the shareholder compact has not been rewritten for the transition rules, and that is an opportunity to clarify that. Further, that NERSA, as the regulator, needs to play a very important role in clarifying rules and also being able to more quickly on the changes that are being requested. So I think what we've seen in the past is a lack of response and a very slow response on requests for confirmation of changing rules. And that has added to this complexity, and I think a standoff between increasing competition, but protecting the revenue streams in order to make sure that Eskom remains financially sound. So maybe I will just venture that I think a lot of work is being done in the space. I think that there is strong alignment that overall everyone and all parties are committed to the transition, but really the challenge is we have to get through the short term, creating clarity, rules and structure around the delivery. So I think that is quite critical. Just very quickly on the other aspects, I think that dealing with grid is not just about rules and access rights. It is about having clarity and on this huge kind of ramp up in expansion and our capacity and ability to deliver that expansion. So I think further work needs to be done on that. But that does give us an opportunity to say, what are we going to do in the immediate term? And there, I think that in the shorter term, we do have to optimize the capacity that is available. And we've got to balance this between public and private sector rounds. And there are mechanisms that we could have an RFPs from both public and private sector that are maybe agnostic to BQ and grid reservation rules that actually focuses on the objective of connecting power. So there are recommendations and papers that have been written through NECOM, and we'd be happy to engage in the details of that offline. And similarly, what would support that is the concept of curtailment of capacity. This is technically well understood and proven, but needs to be also embedded in the rules. That would unlock a further 3,400 gigawatts or 3,400 megawatts of wind connection capacity in the Capes, which is a very good and high capacity area. It's a great resource, but where grid capacity has been constrained. So we need alignment between the Eskom Grid Access Unit, the NTCSA, in terms and the regulator in order to be able to fast track and optimize the alignment of the curtailment capacity, as well as the RFP process between the IPP office that Bind kind of covered, as well as those other entities, in order to unlock short-term capacity that I think would talk to what SAWEA and SAPVIA have both been talking about in terms of constrained growth that would be in the interest of the country. I'll stop there and hand over to my colleagues. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you, honourable members, for the attention and questions. There are three particular questions that I will respond to. The first one from Honourable Bolton on skills development. So as an association, we are embarking on a wind energy skills roadmap to identify where the gaps are and to ensure that we can fill the gaps in the short term to ensure sustainability of industry. We have partnered with the Energy and Water SETA to ensure there's a programmatic approach to skills development with training providers and TVET colleges, being able to offer wind energy skills programs. We're also working with QCO to ensure that existing qualifications are improved in line with international best practice, and new qualifications are being developed to ensure that we are taking not just graduates, but also matriculants and school leavers straight into trade that are able to participate on wind farms across the country. On the employment question, I think every wind farm differs. As an industry association, we have created community guidelines, community engagement guidelines for the wind farms in development to ensure that engagement with communities are inclusive of training opportunities and job and employment opportunities post the construction of these wind farms. So those guidelines are in place, and it will ensure that we get more local job employment, or local employment or job potential or job opportunities within the communities, and getting people employed within the various projects. The second question, yes, sorry. No, the second question that I'll address is the one on local manufacturing. I think it's important for us to first understand that in wind projects, 90% of our balance of plant is currently produced in South Africa. So there's very little opportunity for us to expand balance of plant, but there is an opportunity to expand the operations of these manufacturing concerns to ensure that they can produce more and provide more into the industry. We also, as part of the critical or main components, more than 10% is produced locally, being the local towers, so the concrete towers, and also some of the steel towers. But as we know, we also have steel quality issues in South Africa. So there are concerns around that. In terms of the research done on local manufacturing potential and low-hanging fruit, the studies have determined that the smaller transformers could be manufactured locally. Gearboxes, aluminium cages, tower internals, all of this could be manufactured locally given the right conditions. On a bigger factor or a larger scale, nacelle assembly could be done in South Africa, or could be done locally with the right conditions and the right scale of wind energy projects being procured or implemented into the country. And then the last question I will address is the offshore wind question. So yes, a lot of work is being done in South Africa on offshore wind. We have done feasibility studies with the World Bank and CSIR and Department of Mineral Resources and Energy. And it has determined that there is a capability of more than 90 gigawatts of offshore wind energy on the coast of South Africa. We're also seeing that the first offshore wind project is being developed in South Africa in KZN off the shores of Richards Bay. So we're all waiting to see how the permitting processes of that happens and how we get that developed to pilot offshore. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Honourable.
Thank you. I really appreciate the answers. Can I check with the members that are there any follow-up? Members?
Sorry, Chair, there's still the other two associations that need to respond.
I'm checking first with the honorable members. Are there only? Okay, there's none. Can we then go to? Hello? Can we go straight to those one article that we are talking about?
SAPVIA and SAIPPA, yes, Chair, their responses.
If I may, Chair, thank you very much to honorable members for those questions. I am going to tackle the localization questions. I think both the members, Honorable Member Paulson and Malham, asked questions around localization. Honorable Member Paulson just wanted to first indicate that SAPVIA and SAWEA have played an instrumental role in the development of the South African Renewable Energy Master Plan. So we've been part of the process of really thinking through how localization of the renewable energy value chain looks like in South Africa. And we are delighted to hear that the Deputy Minister in the Department of Electricity and Energy will be taking lead in the implementation of SARA. And secondly, as SAPVIA, we commissioned two localization studies in the past 3 years, primarily to inform us on which parts of the value chain lend themselves to ease in localizing. And we felt that was important because the industry had been burnt in the past. In the mid-2010s, when the industry was growing and booming, there were a number of factories that were installed, or at least that were set up here in South Africa. Those closed because of the start and stop nature of the REIPPP program. This time around, we wanted to make sure that if we're going to localize, it's thought through properly. We know which parts to target first, and essentially understand how long it's likely to take to localize each of the value chain. So the first study, which we are happy to share with the portfolio committee, so to understand the lay of the land, who the key players were, and the activity as of 2022 in the sector, the manufacturing activity. The second study was done in collaboration with Solar Power Europe to answer your question, Member Paulson, on the potential to export the components that we manufacture locally. And the study was commissioned with that in mind, as Solar Power Europe, which is our counterpart in Europe, Solar Association in Europe, are looking to diversify their supply chain, really diversifying away from China. And we identified some of the components, to answer your question, Member Malham, that can be easily localized in South Africa. And if you have the pack on slide 20, we indicate the ease of localization for the various components. For instance, it's even better to localize inverters in South Africa as opposed to the manufacturing of modules. Just to give you an idea of how the ease of localizing different components. And so we also highlight in the presentation that for us to localize, we have to have a long game. We have to localize, we have to invest both on the demand side and the supply side. And we need to ensure that we set a long-term goal. Most of this localization will take 4 or 5 years. In the interim, to Member Malham's point, we still need to deploy a lot of capacity without necessarily the local manufacturing capacity. And maybe in general, the point that I'd like to table with the members is that if you look at the entire value chain of solar PV, the deployment of technology, the number of jobs that are created in the manufacturing of components is less than 15% compared to the deployment of technology and so on and so forth. That's because most of these industries are highly automated. And as a country, we need to decide whether that, that's the route that we would want to take, investing heavily in highly automated factories, which will take a couple of years to bring online, or target those parts of the value chain, such as inverter, combiner boxes manufacturing, with a factor of magnitude number of jobs as compared to the other modules. So it's a really, it's a policy position that government needs to take. I hope I responded to the localization question, Member Malham and Paulson. The second question that Member Paulson posed to us was around end-of-life management of solar PV modules and components. And I think it's a brilliant question, something that we are beginning to think about, to a point that we already have developed a concept with Solar Power Europe that seeks to provide guidance to the industry on how to manage the waste. But also key component to that is rethinking or thinking about the secondary market of some of the modules, especially those that come from utility projects that are still in decent condition. They still have 85% efficiency compared to when they were installed. So those are considerations. And by the way, there is a component in the SAREM that deals with recycling, end of life, secondary, the secondary market for solar PV modules and components. The last comment the last question that I'd like to respond to is in regards to our engagement with government regarding the introduction of a duty and a temporary rebate. Member Malham, it's a big challenge for industry, as I indicated earlier, that it has led to significant project delays for some members, and it was implemented abruptly without preparing the industry. And for 5 months, we still don't have processes of getting rebates. The members have to apply per consignment. So we feel that there would have been a better way of implementing an instrument to support local manufacturing. What kind of instrument we would have liked to provide inputs to DTIC or the relevant parties, but that opportunity wasn't granted to industry. However, we are engaging ITEC on a regular basis, for now, focusing on ensuring that members who import regularly have an understanding of how to access rebate permits. But it is in our plans as SAPVIA through the board to engage the various structures, and really to ask whether it makes sense for us to implement that as an instrument when the assembly supplies less than 10% of the demand for modules in the country. And so let me stop there, Chairperson, with my responses. And if there are any follow-ups, I'm happy to take. Thanks.
Thank you very much. And then, Ariko, what's the next thing?
SAIPPA, Chair.
Okay.
SAIPPA wants to respond.
Let's go straight to them.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and members. Without specific questions to me, I'd like to respond to 3 of the more general questions. The one is on the grid access rules. And the question, I think it was Honourable Malham who asked it, around the role of Eskom, or at least the NTCSA now. I would say that the bigger issue is with regards to the role that NERSA is playing on this. They are the regulator. It's with advice from the Grid Code Advisory Committee that NERSA needs to actually make the rules. Now, a submission has gone gone into them, and but at the same time, NTCSA is implemented interim rules. Now, it's an outstanding question, whether an unresolved question, whether they actually have the mandate to do that before the grid access rules have been considered by NERSA. But NERSA needs to come to the party. It's been too long that this issue has been in the air. Something like 18 months, I think, when the interim grid access rules were first published. I believe it was towards the end of June of last year. So a lot of the challenges sits with NERSA rather than with Eskom or NTCSA. Then on the two other questions, one was asked around generation closer to the users. I can refer members and other participants to the chat where I've shared a picture and a link to something that I came across on LinkedIn recently. So I can't vouch for the correctness of that research, but it looks to me like there is a massive opportunity for rooftop solar. Beyond just where you've got the people with the financial means to invest in it, either households or companies, etc. For Gauteng, the suggestion is that it's over 10. Thank you, Secretary. That's the picture that I was referring to. Over 10 gigawatts. Now that's more than REIPPP has installed. It's probably 2 to 3 times the PV that's already been installed under REIPPP. Just to give you an order of magnitude, and it's still very high in KwaZulu-Natal, Western Cape, and Eastern Cape. The issue, though, is that to fund these, we need appropriate tariffs, and a lot of the advancement needs to come from the municipalities rather than from Eskom in terms of their distribution area. So SSEG rules, tariffs, etc. But the answer is that there's a massive opportunity. And interestingly, PV in Gauteng in winter produces more output than PV in the Northern Cape. The Northern Cape obviously produces much more in the summer months. But when is your electricity usage actually higher? And you've got the grid losses from further afield. So there's a massive incentive, a massive rationale for facilitating, incentivizing rooftop PV closer to the loads. Then the last question was on technology cost curves. I'd like to focus on the battery energy storage technology cost curve. You know, the PV cost curve, the wind cost curve, and Bernard showed that from the IPP office, the early rounds up above 3 Rand in today's money, whereas now it's around 50, 60 cents. Even private PPAs might be 60, 70 cents with a higher risk profile without the government guarantees, etc. That technology cost curve in wind and PV has come down rapidly and is kind of the reduction is tapering. As one can expect. But the battery energy storage cost curve is coming down rapidly. The last year or two, it really has come down. And there, the comment that I'd like to make is a lot of the households and even small businesses that install battery backup, with or without the PV panels, because you can install what people call an inverter. It's actually an inverter and battery system combined. But do we use that storage other than when there's load shedding? When actually there's an opportunity to utilize those systems, especially when you've charged it from PV, but even if you charge it, for example, from the grid, nighttime tariffs, etc., and facilitate ways to discharge those systems for the benefit of the grid, not just for load shedding. So how that gets done, there's got to be a way to do it with AI and apps and all of that, but there's a massive opportunity in the more recent technology cost curve on battery storage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's Tariko, is there anything left out?
We finished with this item, Chair. Our next item is just the consideration and adoption of the minutes, Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much for your wonderful presentation from all of you. We really appreciate that. And what we like is that you tried to put us on the clear direction, what's supposed to happen and where are we and what do we intend to go and where are we going to do things. Thanks ever so much for that. Let's recuse you and apologize for you to leave the meeting so that we can get into the internal affairs.
Thank you very much, Chair and members.
Thank you, Chair, members.
Thank you. Enjoy your day. Thanks. Bye.
Bye.
Arigo, get into the minutes and fly to the minutes.
Yes, not on the
These are the minutes of last week, Chair, Wednesday the 30th of October, where we considered those two reports, Chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Can we then, can you lead us on that? Lead us on those minutes.
Yeah, so as I said, Chair, it's last week's minutes. The tabling and discussions and adoption of reports, the Nuclear Energy Summit, and the Eskom's Koeberg Nuclear Power Plant. Attendance by committee members. Opening remarks, adoption of the agenda, tabling, discussions, and adoption of reports. Both the reports, as I've indicated, and then consideration and adoption of the outstanding minutes of Wednesday, 18 September. And then we adjourn, Chair. Those are the minutes, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any corrections, honorable members? Or is there anyone who can adopt the minutes as they have been presented?
Chair, move the adoption.
I'll second, Chair.
Thank you very much. The minutes have been adopted and seconded. Is there any other item, Ariko?
Yes, Chair. Just an announcement, Chair.
Okay.
Yeah, with regard to the envisaged oversight visit, which we wanted to schedule during early December. Wait, let me just see if I can flight the Chair. Yeah, so the plan was to do an oversight, Chair, from 4 to 6 December. The reason being from the 4th, on the 3rd, according to the parliamentary program, there's a sitting. It looks like a 3-line whip, so we did not even include that day. So the plan was to go on the 4th to Kusile Power Plant in Malanga, and then on the 5th go to Nexa, the Pelendaba site on the 5th, and then on Friday the 7th, have a meeting with the Minister and Eskom at Megawatt Park. However, Chair, recently, yeah, but we've been informed that on Thursday, the 5th of December, according to the parliamentary program, there is a provisional, it's a caucus day, or that morning, Thursday, the 5th, Chair. So where parties will have their final caucuses for the year, Chair. So that is now throwing a spanner in the wheel, Chair. So we'll just have to see how we deal with it, Chair, because I mean, currently it's only if we want to do an oversight Friday the 7th, Chair. Yeah, so that's just an update on that, Chair. So we're trying to sort out what we can do, Chair. Members will be informed timeously of what was the outcome. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Secretary. And then who wants also to have a bite on this one? Anyone? It seems as if there's no one, eh? Then can we thank everybody, every honorable member that has managed to join the meeting today. It was fruitful, but strenuous and also informative. Then let's go and think about it. And also, if we still have questions, we can write those questions and submit it to ARICO, and then those entities will respond. Thanks ever so much. You'll be updated about any other changes and any other developments about it. The meeting has adjourned. Thank you.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Chair.